In the year 473 before the Common Era, King Gujian of Yue stood over the body of his greatest enemy. 20 years earlier, this same enemy had defeated him in battle, captured him and forced him to serve as a slave for 3 years. Now Gujian ruled both kingdoms. His army had barely fought. What happened in those 20 years? Gujian sent beautiful women to distract his enemy's court. He encouraged expensive military campaigns that drained their treasury. He waited with infinite patience while his opponent exhausted himself. When Gujian finally struck, his enemy's capital fell with minimal resistance. The real victory had been won through strategy, not combat. This is Sun Tzu's philosophy in action. Written sometime between the 5th and 3rd centuries before the Common Era in ancient China, the art of war transcends its military origins to offer profound insights into competition, leadership, and the psychology of conflict. But here is what most people miss. Sun Tzu was not primarily teaching how to fight. He was teaching how to avoid fighting while still achieving your objectives. This paradox sits at the heart of his entire philosophy. Victory through violence is the least skillful form of success. The greatest triumph is the one achieved without combat. This idea challenges everything we intuitively believe about winning. The historical Sun Tzu, if he existed as a single person, remains shrouded in scholarly debate. Some historians argue the text represents a compilation of military wisdom from multiple strategists. Others defend the traditional account of Sun Wu, a general who served the king of Wu. Modern scholarship suggests the text was completed sometime between 500 and 430 before the Common Era, during China's Warring States period. What matters more than authorship is the philosophical system the text presents. This system has influenced military leaders, business executives, politicians and thinkers for over 2 millennia. Yet it also has profound limitations, dangerous assumptions, and contexts where it fails catastrophically. Understanding Sun Tzu requires grasping something fundamental about ancient Chinese thought. Unlike Western philosophy, which often seeks universal absolute truths, Chinese philosophy embraces contextual wisdom and fluid adaptation. Sun Tzu's ideas emerge from this tradition, particularly from Taoist concepts of yielding to overcome and from early strategic thinking that emphasized deception, timing, and the conservation of resources. This analysis examines not just what Sun Tzu said, but why these ideas matter, where they succeed brilliantly and where they fail or mislead. We will explore the intellectual tensions within the text, the scholarly debates that surround interpretation, and the real-world applications that reveal both the power and limitations of this ancient wisdom. Every principle will be tested against historical evidence, modern theory, and practical reality. Part 1. Winning without fighting. The supreme art of war. At the philosophical core of Sun Tzu's entire system lies a revolutionary proposition. The greatest victory is the one achieved without combat. He states explicitly that subduing the enemy without fighting represents the pinnacle of skill, while breaking the enemy's resistance through battle is merely competent. This idea challenges our intuitive understanding of conflict. When most people think about winning, they imagine defeating an opponent through superior force or brilliant tactics in direct confrontation. Sun Tzu argues this represents crude, inefficient thinking. True mastery lies in making battle unnecessary by so thoroughly dominating the strategic landscape that resistance becomes pointless. Sun Tzu operates from a fundamentally economic view of conflict. Every battle costs resources. Troops die, equipment gets destroyed, treasuries deplete, populations suffer. Even in victory, you are weaker than before the battle. Your enemy, though defeated, may have destroyed valuable resources you hoped to capture. The countryside lies ravaged. Your army needs time to recover. Meanwhile, neighbouring states observe your weakened condition and may exploit it. This economic reasoning leads to a profound strategic insight. The goal is not to defeat the enemy, but to achieve your political objectives at minimum cost. Sometimes defeating the enemy accomplishes this, but often there are cheaper, faster, less risky paths to the same outcome. Sun Tzu articulates this through what scholars call his hierarchy of targets. The highest skill attacks the enemy's plans. The next level attacks their alliances. Below that, you attack their army. The lowest level attacks their fortified cities. Each level down this hierarchy represents increasing cost, risk, and difficulty. The story of King Gujian we opened with demonstrates this principle perfectly. After suffering humiliating defeat at the hands of Wu, Gujian did not immediately rebuild his army for revenge. Instead, he implemented what Sun Tzu would describe as attacking the enemy's strategy. Gujian's advisors Fan Li and Wen Zhong orchestrated a years-long campaign of strategic manipulation. They sent beautiful women, including the famous Xi Shi, to the Wu court as gifts, specifically to distract King Fuchai from state affairs. They encouraged Wu to undertake expensive, draining military campaigns against other states. They bribed corrupt officials to give bad advice. They waited patiently while Wu exhausted itself. When Gujian finally struck in 473 before the Common Era, Wu's king was campaigning far from home with a depleted army. Yue conquered Wu with relatively little fighting, because the real battle had already been won through patient strategic manipulation. Gujian achieved victory not through superior tactics on the battlefield, but through superior strategy before the battlefield. Sun Tzu's preference for winning without fighting reveals a worldview where intelligence surpasses strength, where patience beats impetuousness, where understanding the whole system matters more than excelling at individual components. This connects to broader currents in Chinese thought. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action, emphasizes achieving goals by working with natural forces rather than against them. Sun Tzu applies this to conflict. Rather than smashing directly against enemy strength, you flow around it, making the enemy's strength irrelevant to the contest. This principle translates powerfully to modern business competition. Amazon's rise illustrates Sun Tzu's logic perfectly. Rather than competing directly with established retailers through traditional metrics like store locations or inventory selection, Amazon built massive distribution infrastructure and cloud computing capabilities that fundamentally changed the terrain of retail competition. By the time traditional retailers recognized the threat, Amazon had created such advantages in logistics, data analytics, and customer experience that competitors surrendered market share without Amazon needing to engage in destructive price wars. Traditional retailers attempting to compete in e-commerce now must either build similar infrastructure at enormous cost or operate at permanent disadvantage. The company won by changing the nature of competition itself, making the contest about capabilities their opponents lacked, rather than fighting on traditional retail battlegrounds. This is winning without fighting, achieving objectives by making direct confrontation unnecessary. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 demonstrates both the power and limits of this principle in modern statecraft. American intelligence discovered Soviet missile installations in Cuba through aerial photography. President Kennedy and his advisors spent 13 days analyzing Soviet intentions, capabilities, and likely responses to various American actions. Rather than launching immediate military strikes, which many advisors recommended, Kennedy crafted a response that gave Soviet Premier Khrushchev a way to retreat while saving face. A naval blockade combined with private diplomatic channels offering to remove American missiles from Turkey. This deep understanding of Soviet psychology and constraints allowed Kennedy to achieve his objective, removal of Soviet missiles from Cuba, without the catastrophic costs of military confrontation. The crisis ended without nuclear war, largely because Kennedy understood not just Soviet capabilities, but Soviet psychology and political constraints. He won without fighting by making it politically possible for his opponent to choose retreat. However, we must confront serious limitations and critiques of this principle. First, the practical challenge. How do you actually win without fighting? Sun Tzu offers strategies like dissection, attacking weak points, and disrupting enemy plans, but these require extraordinary intelligence gathering and psychological insight. Most commanders lack these capabilities. When British intelligence tried to implement Sun Tzu-inspired deception before D-Day through Operation Fortitude, it required years of preparation, networks of double agents, and meticulous coordination across thousands of people. Such sophistication is rare. For every successful strategic manipulation like Gujian's, history records dozens of failed attempts where clever schemes collapsed into chaos. Second, there is an ethical dimension Sun Tzu largely ignores. Winning without fighting often means manipulating, deceiving, or coercing opponents in ways that, while avoiding immediate bloodshed, may create long-term resentment and instability. The peace achieved through clever manipulation differs fundamentally from peace achieved through genuine resolution of underlying conflicts. Chinese scholar Zhang Baili, writing in the early 20th century, noted this limitation. He argued that Sun Tzu's approach works brilliantly in the short term, but can fail strategically over longer time frames. If you consistently manipulate and outmaneuver opponents without addressing root causes of conflict, you create enemies who will eventually find ways to retaliate when you are vulnerable. Third, Sun Tzu's principle assumes rational opponents who will surrender when victory becomes impossible. But history demonstrates that people and nations often fight on, despite hopeless odds, driven by ideology, honor, revenge, or simple miscalculation. The Japanese refusal to surrender in World War II, despite devastating losses, demonstrates this problem. American strategists believed that demonstrating overwhelming military superiority and the futility of continued resistance would convince Japan to surrender, avoiding the need for a costly invasion. Yet Japanese military leadership continued fighting even after the firebombing of Tokyo killed over 100,000 people, even after Germany's surrender left Japan completely isolated. Only the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing approximately 200,000 people, finally broke Japanese will to resist. Even this required the personal intervention of Emperor Hirohito to overcome military leaders who wanted to continue fighting. Sun Tzu's assumption that rational cost-benefit analysis determines when opponents surrender proved dangerously wrong. Similarly, the Vietnamese resistance to American military superiority defied Sun Tzu's logic. By every conventional measure, Vietnam should have recognized the futility of resistance against American technological and economic superiority. Yet Vietnamese culture and history, marked by centuries of resistance to Chinese domination and French colonialism, produced extraordinary resilience to suffering. What Americans intended as demonstrations of overwhelming power, Vietnamese interpreted as proof of American moral bankruptcy, actually strengthening their resolve. Western military theorist Karl von Clausewitz offers a powerful counter-argument to Sun Tzu's entire framework. Clausewitz argues that the essence of war is violence, and trying to achieve political objectives while avoiding the fundamental nature of war represents dangerous self-deception. He would say that Sun Tzu's emphasis on winning without fighting, while theoretically elegant, may lead commanders to pursue clever stratagems when decisive battle is actually necessary. Sometimes, Clausewitz argues, the most efficient path to victory requires accepting heavy costs in direct combat to achieve conclusive results that clever manipulation cannot produce. The American Civil War illustrates this tension. Early in the war, Union General George McClellan attempted a strategy of limited war aimed at defeating Confederate armies without devastating the South, hoping to make reunion possible. This approach failed repeatedly. Only when Union forces under Ulysses Grant and William Sherman adopted a strategy of total war, destroying not just Confederate armies but the economic and social infrastructure supporting them, did the war reach decisive conclusion. Grant's willingness to accept enormous casualties in sustained combat at battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor, combined with Sherman's destructive march through Georgia and the Carolinas, finally broke Confederate capacity and will to resist. Sun Tzu might criticize this as crude strategy, but it achieved political objectives that years of clever maneuvering had not. Modern game theory provides another lens for understanding both the power and limitations of Sun Tzu's principle. Thomas Schelling's work on strategic commitment shows that sometimes the ability to credibly commit to fighting, even irrationally, provides strategic advantage. If your opponent believes you will definitely fight, regardless of cost, they may yield without battle, precisely because they know battle is inevitable otherwise. This represents a different path to winning without fighting, one based on commitment rather than cleverness. Nuclear deterrence during the Cold War exemplifies this logic. The United States and Soviet Union avoided direct military confrontation not through clever manipulation of each other's strategies, but through credible commitment to massive retaliation that made the costs of war unacceptable to both sides. This is the opposite of Sun Tzu's approach. Instead of making war unnecessary through strategic superiority, deterrence makes war unthinkable through mutual vulnerability. The key to understanding Sun Tzu's principle is recognizing when it applies and when it doesn't. Winning without fighting works best when your opponent is rational and calculates costs versus benefits. You can credibly demonstrate overwhelming superiority without actually fighting. The political objectives are limited enough that compromise is possible. You have time for patient strategic manipulation. Cultural values on both sides permit retreat without dishonor. Your opponent's identity or ideology requires resistance regardless of cost. The conflict involves existential stakes where compromise equals destruction. Your attempts at manipulation are detected and create additional resentment. Time pressures require rapid resolution. Showing weakness through avoiding battle encourages aggression. Sun Tzu forces us to ask, what are we actually trying to achieve, and what is the most efficient path to that achievement? Often we conflate defeating an opponent with achieving our goals, when in reality these are distinct questions. His philosophy demands we separate them and always pursue the goal, rather than fixating on the contest itself. But his philosophy also requires supplementation with other frameworks that address what happens when opponents refuse to be manipulated, when costs must be accepted to achieve decisive results, or when the very attempt to win without fighting creates strategic vulnerabilities. The principle is not universal wisdom, but contextual insight. In the right circumstances, with skilled execution against certain types of opponents, avoiding battle while achieving objectives represents supreme strategic skill. In other circumstances, it represents dangerous, wishful thinking that prolongs conflicts and increases ultimate costs. Understanding which circumstance you face requires judgment that Sun Tzu's aphorisms cannot provide. Part 2. All warfare is based on deception. Sun Tzu declares with stark clarity that all warfare is based on deception. This is not merely a tactical suggestion, but a foundational philosophical claim about the nature of strategic competition. He argues that appearing weak when you are strong, appearing strong when you are weak, appearing far when you are near, and appearing near when you are far constitute the essential fabric of successful strategy. This principle disturbs many Western readers because it elevates lying to a philosophical virtue. But understanding what Sun Tzu means by deception and why he considers it so central requires examining the information asymmetry at the heart of all competition. Sun Tzu's advocacy for deception rests on a fundamental asymmetry in conflict. The side with better information holds enormous advantage. If you know the enemy's true position, strength and intentions while they remain ignorant of yours, you can mass forces at decisive points while the enemy disperses theirs wastefully. Deception is the tool that creates and exploits this information asymmetry. The Battle of Cannae in 216 before the Common Era demonstrates this principle with devastating clarity. Hannibal faced a much larger Roman army under consuls Varro and Paulus. Roman forces numbered approximately 80,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. Hannibal commanded perhaps 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. Rather than retreat from superior numbers, Hannibal deliberately arranged his forces in a crescent formation with his weakest troops, mainly Iberians and Gauls, in the centre and his strongest African infantry on the flanks. He then allowed the Roman forces to push his weak centre back in what appeared to be a breakthrough. The Romans, thinking they were winning, rushed forward into the slowly retreating centre. But this was the deception. Hannibal's strong flanks held firm, then enveloped the Romans from both sides, while his cavalry completed the encirclement from behind. The Romans found themselves compressed into an ever-tightening mass where their numerical superiority became a liability, as soldiers in the centre could not fight while those on the edges were systematically slaughtered. The deception was elegant, Hannibal made his weakness appear to be where it was not, and his strength appear to be where the Romans did not look. The result was catastrophic for Rome. Ancient sources report between 50,000 and 70,000 Romans killed in a single afternoon, one of history's most devastating defeats. Hannibal achieved this not through superior numbers or equipment, but through superior deception about the distribution of his strength. Sun Tzu offers a sophisticated typology of deceptive techniques. You feign disorder to encourage enemy attack. You feign incompetence to make the enemy overconfident. You offer bait to lure the enemy into disadvantageous positions. You use spies to spread false information. You create noise in the east while attacking in the west. But Sun Tzu's philosophy of deception goes deeper than mere tricks. The highest form of deception involves shaping the enemy's perception of reality so thoroughly that they make decisions serving your interests while believing they serve their own. The Chinese Communist strategy during the Chinese Civil War exemplifies this sophisticated long-term deception. Between 1946 and 1949, Mao Zedong's forces repeatedly retreated from nationalist attacks, appearing weak and demoralized. The nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek, observing these retreats, concluded that the communists were collapsing. Believing victory was imminent, Chiang extended his supply lines deeper into the countryside, garrisoning cities while communist forces controlled the spaces between them. The nationalists measured success by cities captured and territory controlled, metrics that appeared to validate their strategy. But this was exactly what Mao intended. When the communists finally counterattacked, they isolated and destroyed nationalist units piecemeal, cutting off the urban garrisons from supply and reinforcement. The deception was not a single trick, but a years-long performance that shaped Chiang's entire strategic perception. He genuinely believed he was winning until the moment he lost everything. This brings us to the profound tensions and practical problems with Sun Tzu's deception doctrine. First, the epistemological problem. If everyone practices deception, how does anyone know what is real? Sun Tzu himself recognizes this when he emphasizes the importance of spies and intelligence. But he offers no solution to the fundamental paradox that in a world of universal deception, intelligence becomes nearly impossible. You must somehow distinguish true information from false information, when everyone, including your own spies, may be deceiving you. The German intelligence failure before D-Day illustrates this problem perfectly. Allied deception operations convinced German command that the main invasion would come at Pas-de-Calais rather than Normandy. The Allies created an entirely fictitious army group under General Patton, complete with fake radio traffic, dummy equipment visible to German reconnaissance, and double agents feeding false information. But German officers also knew the Allies would attempt deception. They faced the impossible task of determining which intelligence was true and which was planted. In the end, even after the Normandy landings began on June 6, 1944, many German commanders still believed it was a feint, so thoroughly had deception shaped their perception. They kept powerful armoured divisions at Pas-de-Calais for weeks, waiting for the real invasion that never came. This reveals a deeper truth. Once you accept that your opponent practices systematic deception, you can never fully trust any information, which paradoxically makes you vulnerable to accepting false information that confirms your biases. The Germans believed Normandy was a feint partly because the deception operation told them so, but also because they wanted to believe their defensive preparations at Pas-de-Calais had not been wasted. Second, there is the trust problem. Systematic deception corrodes the social foundations necessary for cooperation. If you habitually deceive opponents, you also signal to potential allies that you cannot be trusted. Modern international relations theory recognizes this through the concept of reputation. States that repeatedly break agreements or deceive partners find themselves isolated because nobody will cooperate with them. Japanese diplomats negotiated with the United States in December 1941 while their military prepared the Pearl Harbor attack. Ambassador Nomura and Special Envoy Kurusu met with Secretary of State Cordell Hull on December 7th, even as Japanese aircraft approached Hawaii. This deception achieved tactical surprise, but confirmed American and international opinion that Japan could not be trusted, making a negotiated peace far more difficult to achieve later. The diplomatic cost of that single deception shadowed Japan throughout the war. Third, there is an ethical dimension that Sun Tzu dismisses, but we cannot ignore. Systematic deception treats other humans as objects to be manipulated rather than as moral agents deserving respect. Western just war theory, influenced by Christian theology and Enlightenment philosophy, insists on principles like proportionality and discrimination, specifically because these principles recognize the moral status of even enemy soldiers. Sun Tzu's deception doctrine contains no such ethical constraints. Scholar Michael Walzer argues that certain forms of wartime deception, particularly perfidy, violate fundamental moral principles that make civilized warfare possible. Examples include feigning surrender to launch an attack or misusing symbols like the Red Cross. These deceptions work precisely once, after which all future genuine surrenders or medical operations become suspect, making war more brutal for everyone. The use of medical vehicles or symbols for military purposes in various conflicts demonstrates this problem. Once one side uses ambulances to transport weapons or fighters disguised as medical personnel, the other side must treat all medical vehicles as potential threats. This endangers genuine medical operations and wounded soldiers on both sides. The short-term tactical advantage of the deception creates long-term strategic costs for all combatants. Fourth, deception has practical limits related to organizational complexity. Simple deceptions like camouflage or feints are relatively easy to execute. But sophisticated, long-term deceptions like Operation Fortitude require extraordinary coordination across thousands of people, all of whom must maintain consistent false appearances while executing true operations. Most organizations lack this capability. The more people who must participate in a deception, the more likely someone will make a mistake or deliberately reveal the truth. Operation Fortitude succeeded partly because of rigorous security, but also because of extraordinary luck. British intelligence had captured or turned every German spy in Britain, giving them complete control over what information reached German intelligence. This level of control is almost impossible to achieve and nearly impossible to maintain. Few deception operations have such favorable conditions. Fifth, deception can backfire catastrophically when it succeeds too well. If you convince the enemy you are far weaker than you actually are, they may attack when you hoped they would negotiate. If you convince them you are far stronger than you are, they may seek allies or develop weapon systems to counter your perceived strength, actually making you weaker in the long run. Soviet deception about their strategic nuclear capabilities in the late 1950s contributed to the missile gap fear in the United States. Premier Khrushchev boasted about Soviet missile production and capabilities that exceeded reality. Americans believed the Soviets had far more intercontinental ballistic missiles than they actually possessed. This deception succeeded brilliantly in creating American anxiety, but it also spurred massive American investment in nuclear weapons. By the early 1960s, the United States possessed overwhelming nuclear superiority, ultimately leaving the Soviets at a strategic disadvantage that Soviet deception had inadvertently created. Western strategic theorist Basil Liddell Hart offers a nuanced view that both supports and critiques Sun Tzu. Liddell Hart argues that the indirect approach, which includes deception, represents the most effective strategy. But he also recognizes that deception must be credible, which means it must align with what the enemy expects to see based on their prior experience and your established patterns. You cannot simply lie randomly and expect it to work. This insight reveals a deeper truth about Sun Tzu's deception doctrine. Effective deception requires profound understanding of the enemy's psychology, assumptions, and decision-making processes. You must know what they are predisposed to believe. Then feed them information that confirms those predispositions while actually doing something different. Modern cognitive science supports this view through concepts like confirmation bias and motivated reasoning. People tend to accept information that confirms their existing beliefs and reject information that contradicts them. Skilled deceivers exploit this by reinforcing the enemy's preconceptions while subtly guiding them toward desired conclusions. The Israeli operation at Entebbe in 1976 demonstrates sophisticated deception in practice. Palestinian and German terrorists hijacked Air France Flight 139 and held over 100 hostages at Uganda's Entebbe airport, with the support of Ugandan dictator Idi Amin. Israeli commandos flew nearly 4,000 kilometers, landed at night, and rescued the hostages in an operation lasting less than 1 hour. The deception involved multiple layers. Israeli aircraft approached from an unexpected direction, flying at extremely low altitude to avoid radar detection. They used vehicles that resembled Ugandan military transports, including a black Mercedes similar to Amin's personal vehicle. They created diversions that drew attention away from the actual assault force. Each deception exploited specific Ugandan assumptions about security threats and normal operations. Ugandan forces, seeing vehicles that looked like their own, and assuming the Mercedes carried a high-ranking official, allowed the Israelis to approach the terminal unchallenged. We must also consider how technology changes the deception landscape. In Sun Tzu's era, deception was relatively easy because information travelled slowly and verification was difficult. Modern surveillance technology, satellite imagery, signals intelligence and data analytics make many traditional deceptions harder to execute. You cannot hide the movement of large military formations when satellites photograph the entire planet multiple times daily. Yet technology also enables new forms of deception. Cyber operations can create false information in enemy computer systems. Deep fake technology can fabricate convincing audio and video. Social media allows state actors to manipulate public perception at scale. The forms of deception evolve with technology, but the underlying principle remains, shaping enemy perception to create advantage. Russian information operations during the 2016 American elections showed how deception adapts to new media. Rather than simply promoting false narratives, these operations amplified real divisions within American society, promoted genuine but extreme voices on both sides of controversial issues, and created confusion about what information could be trusted. The deception was not any single falsehood, but an overall environment where citizens could not distinguish reliable information from manipulation. This brings us to perhaps the most important critique of Sun Tzu's deception doctrine. In advocating universal deception, he may be describing not wise strategy, but a tragedy of strategic competition. Game theory shows that when all players in a system practice deception, everyone becomes worse off than if everyone practiced honesty. Yet no individual player can afford to stop deceiving unilaterally. This is a classic prisoner's dilemma. If one side commits to honesty while the other practices deception, the honest side suffers catastrophic disadvantage. But if both sides practice deception, both pay enormous costs in security measures, intelligence operations, and the constant risk of catastrophic failures based on false information. Neither side can escape this trap through unilateral action. International institutions like the United Nations, the International Criminal Court, and various arms control treaties represent attempts to escape this trap by creating frameworks for verification and punishment that make honesty strategically viable. These institutions establish neutral monitors, create penalties for deception, and build trust through repeated interactions. Sun Tzu's philosophy offers no mechanism for escaping the deception trap because it assumes perpetual competition with no higher authority. The distinction between tactical deception and strategic deception matters here. Tactical deception involves specific operations, camouflaging positions, feinting attacks, concealing intentions in a particular battle. These remain legitimate and necessary in warfare. Strategic deception involves fundamental dishonesty about intentions, capabilities, and commitments at the level of international relations. This corrodes the possibility of cooperation, treaty-making, and peaceful resolution of disputes. Despite these critiques, Sun Tzu's core insight remains valid. In competitive situations where interests conflict, the side with superior information holds decisive advantage, and deception is a primary tool for creating information asymmetry. The question is not whether to practice deception, but rather what kinds of deception are strategically effective, morally acceptable, and organizationally feasible. Sun Tzu would argue that those who reject deception on moral grounds simply lose to those who embrace it. His critics would respond that a world where everyone practices deception becomes so unstable and distrustful that everyone loses in the long run. Both perspectives contain truth. Tactical and operational deception provide necessary advantages in conflict. But strategic deception as a universal practice creates systemic instability that undermines the possibility of peace. The art lies in calibrating deception to context. Against an implacable enemy in existential conflict, extensive deception may be necessary and justified. In relations with potential partners or rivals, where long-term cooperation offers mutual benefits, systematic deception becomes self-defeating. Between these extremes lies a spectrum where judgment, not rules, determines appropriate practice. Modern military doctrine recognizes this through concepts like operations security and military deception, which are considered legitimate, distinct from perfidy and treachery, which are considered violations of the laws of war. The distinction rests on whether the deception makes future cooperation more difficult or whether it simply provides tactical advantage within the context of acknowledged conflict. Sun Tzu's principle that all warfare is based on deception captures an essential truth about competitive interaction. Managing information, both what you reveal and what you conceal, determines outcomes as much as material capabilities. But his elevation of deception to a universal principle ignores the social costs of systematic dishonesty and the strategic benefits of credibility. Effective strategy requires both the capability to deceive when necessary and the wisdom to recognize when honesty serves better than deception. Part 3. Knowledge and Intelligence. Knowing the enemy and yourself. Sun Tzu offers perhaps his most famous statement. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. This appears simple, almost obvious. But like many of Sun Tzu's principles, its simplicity conceals profound philosophical depth and practical difficulty. What does Sun Tzu mean by knowing the enemy? He does not mean merely identifying their troop numbers or weapons. He means understanding their strategy, their commanders' thinking, their morale, their supply situation, their political constraints, their culture, and their psychology. Complete knowledge in Sun Tzu's vision enables you to predict enemy actions so accurately that you can preempt them or exploit them. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 illustrates both the power and limits of this principle. American intelligence discovered Soviet missile installations in Cuba through aerial photography in mid-October. President Kennedy and his advisors spent 13 days analyzing Soviet intentions, capabilities, and likely responses to various American actions. They studied Premier Khrushchev's personality, Soviet domestic politics, and recent Soviet behavior in other crises. This deep knowledge allowed Kennedy to craft a response that gave Khrushchev a way to retreat while saving face. A naval blockade combined with private diplomatic channels offering to remove American missiles from Turkey. The crisis ended without nuclear war, largely because Kennedy understood not just Soviet capabilities, but Soviet psychology and constraints. However, declassified documents later revealed how much Kennedy did not know. He did not know that Soviet forces in Cuba possessed tactical nuclear weapons with delegated authority to use them if invaded. He did not know how close Soviet submarine commanders came to launching nuclear torpedoes when American destroyers forced them to surface during the blockade. Soviet submarine officer Vasily Arkhipov personally prevented the launch of a nuclear torpedo that could have triggered global war. His knowledge, though substantial, remained dangerously incomplete. This reveals the first major problem with Sun Tzu's knowledge principle. Perfect knowledge is impossible. You are always operating with partial, uncertain, and sometimes false information. The question becomes how to make sound decisions despite this inevitable uncertainty. Sun Tzu addresses this through his doctrine of spies. He categorizes 5 types of spies: local spies who are inhabitants of the enemy district, inside spies who are enemy officials, double spies who are enemy spies you have turned, expendable spies to whom you feed false information so they can be captured and mislead the enemy, and surviving spies who return with information. He argues that no category of expense is more important than payments to spies, and no rewards should be more generous than those given to spies. The general who cannot use spies skillfully cannot be considered truly wise. Only the most sagacious sovereign employs the highest intelligence as spies, and therefore they achieve great results. The British intelligence operations in World War II demonstrated Sun Tzu's principle at industrial scale. The double-cross system turned every German spy in Britain, using them to feed false information back to German intelligence. Bletchley Park broke German codes, reading encrypted communications in near real time. Networks of resistance fighters across occupied Europe reported German movements. Special Operations Executive conducted sabotage and gathered intelligence behind enemy lines. This intelligence apparatus gave the Allies knowledge that approached Sun Tzu's ideal. They knew not only German positions, but also German knowledge, which meant they could shape what Germans believed. When planning D-Day, Allied commanders knew the deception was working because they could read German assessments that confirmed the false information they had planted through turned agents. Yet even this unprecedented intelligence capability had limits. The Allies failed to predict the timing and location of the Battle of the Bulge in December 1944, when German forces launched a major counter-offensive through the Ardennes. German operational security succeeded despite Allied code-breaking and agent networks. Allied intelligence, despite its sophistication, missed critical indicators because German commanders maintained radio silence and moved forces at night. The second half of Sun Tzu's formula proves even more difficult than knowing the enemy, knowing yourself. What does it mean to know yourself in a strategic context? Sun Tzu means understanding your own capabilities, limitations, morale, supply situation, and the true state of your forces. But at a deeper level, it means confronting uncomfortable truths about your organization, your leadership, your culture, and your vulnerabilities. Organizations systematically deceive themselves. Lower ranks tell superiors what they want to hear rather than unwelcome truths. Leaders surround themselves with advisors who reinforce preferred narratives rather than challenge assumptions. Institutional cultures develop blind spots that nobody questions. Success breeds overconfidence that ignores changing conditions. Bureaucracies create incentives that reward reporting good news and punish messengers bearing bad news. The American experience in Vietnam exemplifies catastrophic failure to know oneself. American military and political leadership believed their technological superiority, firepower, and economic strength guaranteed victory against a poor agricultural society. They measured success through body counts and territory controlled, metrics that satisfied American assumptions about conventional warfare, but bore little relationship to political reality. But they failed to understand their own critical weaknesses. American society would not tolerate unlimited casualties in a war with no clear connection to national security. American military doctrine emphasized conventional battles and firepower, while the enemy practiced guerrilla warfare and political struggle among the population. American forces depended on complex supply chains and technological infrastructure vulnerable to interdiction and requiring massive logistical support. American military rotation policies with one-year tours prevented units from developing local knowledge and sustained combat experience. Meanwhile, American leaders did not understand their opponent. They believed North Vietnam was a puppet of China or the Soviet Union, when in fact Vietnamese communists were fiercely independent nationalists with their own agenda. They believed bombing would break enemy will, when Vietnamese culture and history had developed extraordinary resilience through centuries of resistance to foreign domination. They believed rural Vietnamese would support the American-backed government, when in fact many saw it as a corrupt foreign imposition. The result was exactly what Sun Tzu predicts. Knowing neither yourself nor the enemy, America suffered strategic defeat despite winning virtually every tactical engagement. The United States won nearly every battle, inflicted casualties at ratios of 10-1 or higher, and never lost control of any major city. Yet none of this mattered because the fundamental understanding of what the war was about and how it could be won remained flawed. Philosopher and military theorist Karl von Clausewitz offers important nuance to Sun Tzu's knowledge principle. Clausewitz introduces the concept of friction, the countless minor difficulties that separate plans from execution. He argues that even with perfect knowledge, war remains fundamentally uncertain because of friction, fog, and chance. Clausewitz would say that Sun Tzu overestimates the value of knowledge. Even knowing everything about the enemy and yourself cannot eliminate the chaos of actual conflict, where communications break down, soldiers panic or show unexpected courage, weapons malfunction or perform better than expected, weather changes, and unexpected events cascade into crisis. The general who has read every intelligence report may still find his plans useless when battle begins. This critique has merit. The American military in Iraq after 2003 had extraordinary intelligence capabilities, including drone surveillance, providing persistent coverage, signals intelligence intercepting communications, biometric databases, tracking individuals, and networks of informants throughout Iraqi society. They knew far more about Iraqi insurgents than insurgents knew about American forces. Yet this knowledge advantage did not prevent years of costly counterinsurgency warfare, because the problem was not information, but rather political legitimacy, sectarian dynamics, regional power competition, and the fundamental challenge of occupation. Scholar Elliot Cohen studied military intelligence failures and found that they rarely result from lack of information. More commonly, leaders possess the necessary information but fail to interpret it correctly, or they interpret it correctly but fail to act on it because of political constraints or bureaucratic resistance, or they act but implementation fails because of organizational dysfunction. The problem is not knowing, but rather deciding and doing. This suggests a deeper critique of Sun Tzu. He treats knowledge as if it were objective and unambiguous. You either know or you do not know. Modern epistemology recognizes that knowledge is always interpretive, contextual, and filtered through assumptions and frameworks. Different people examining the same information reach different conclusions because they bring different conceptual lenses, different training, different cultural backgrounds, and different incentives. Israeli intelligence before the Yom Kippur War in 1973 possessed extensive information about Egyptian and Syrian military preparations. Intelligence officers observed troop movements, equipment positioning, and mobilization activities that should have indicated imminent attack. But Israeli analysts, convinced through a conceptual framework they called the concept, that Arab states would not attack until they achieved air superiority over Israel's air force, interpreted this information as routine exercises rather than attack preparations. Their conceptual framework, not lack of data, caused the intelligence failure. When Egypt and Syria launched coordinated surprise attacks on October 6, 1973, Israel suffered devastating initial losses despite having observed the preparations. The information was available, but the interpretive framework prevented correct analysis. Psychologist Philip Tetlock studied expert prediction across multiple domains and found that even experts with extensive domain knowledge perform poorly at forecasting future events. The experts who perform best are not those with the deepest knowledge of a single domain, but rather those who synthesize information from multiple sources, update beliefs based on new evidence rather than defending initial judgments, think in terms of probabilities rather than certainties, and acknowledge what they do not know. In other words, the experts who know, they do not fully know. This suggests that Sun Tzu's knowledge principle requires important qualification. Perfect knowledge is impossible. Useful knowledge is always partial, uncertain, and requires constant updating. The skill lies not in achieving perfect knowledge, but in making sound decisions despite inevitable uncertainty, in building systems that surface uncomfortable truths rather than reinforcing comfortable beliefs, and in maintaining intellectual humility about the limits of understanding. Modern decision theory offers frameworks for this through concepts like Bayesian reasoning, which treats beliefs as probabilities that get updated as new evidence arrives. A Bayesian approach to Sun Tzu would say, start with your best estimate of enemy capabilities and intentions based on prior evidence. Gather information that tests these estimates rather than confirms them. Update your beliefs based on what you learn while accounting for the reliability of sources and the possibility of deception, and accept that you will always be operating with significant uncertainty. Sun Tzu himself seems to recognize this in his emphasis on flexibility and adaptation. If perfect knowledge were possible and stable, you could make one perfect plan and execute it mechanically. But Sun Tzu constantly emphasizes adjusting to circumstances, which implicitly acknowledges that your knowledge remains incomplete and conditions change faster than you can update your understanding. There is also a practical problem with Sun Tzu's knowledge doctrine. Knowledge costs resources. Every spy you employ, every reconnaissance mission you conduct, every analyst you hire, every intelligence system you build consumes time, money, and attention that could be spent on other priorities. At some point, the marginal value of additional knowledge becomes less than its cost. The question becomes how much knowledge is sufficient rather than how to achieve complete knowledge. Corporations face this constantly in competitive intelligence. You could spend millions researching competitor strategies, customer preferences, market trends, technological developments, and regulatory changes. But at some point, you must stop researching and start acting, even though your knowledge remains incomplete. The companies that succeed are those who gather sufficient knowledge quickly and cheaply, then act decisively while continuously updating their understanding, rather than those who pursue perfect knowledge while opportunities disappear and competitors move first. The intelligence community faces similar trade-offs. The United States intelligence budget exceeds $80 billion annually, employing hundreds of thousands of people and operating sophisticated technical collection systems. Yet intelligence failures still occur, not because of insufficient resources, but because the world is irreducibly complex. Adversaries actively conceal information and practice deception, and the relevant information may not be distinguishable from noise until events clarify its significance. Perhaps the deepest insight in Sun Tzu's knowledge principle is not about information, but about self-awareness. The truly dangerous enemy is one who understands their own weaknesses and works systematically to address them. The truly effective competitor is one who recognizes their own cognitive biases, organizational dysfunctions, and strategic vulnerabilities, then takes concrete steps to mitigate them rather than denying they exist. This requires institutional structures that surface uncomfortable truths. The United States military after Vietnam created systems for after-action reviews where participants could speak candidly about what went wrong without fear of punishment. Lessons learned processes that captured institutional knowledge and independent assessment offices that reported directly to senior leadership, bypassing the chain of command. These mechanisms aim to improve self-knowledge by creating channels for truth-telling that organizational hierarchy normally suppresses. Private companies like Intel, under CEO Andy Grove, created cultures where anyone could challenge even senior leaders' assumptions without career penalty. Grove instituted practices like disagree and commit, where dissenting views were actively solicited before decisions. But once decisions were made, everyone committed fully to execution. This balanced the need for honest debate with the need for unified action. These institutional mechanisms treat self-knowledge as an ongoing practice rather than a static achievement. Organizations must continuously examine their assumptions, test their beliefs against evidence, solicit dissenting views, conduct exercises that reveal weaknesses, and create psychological safety for truth-telling. This proves far more difficult than gathering intelligence on external threats because it requires confronting uncomfortable realities about yourself. Military organizations conduct red team exercises where one group plays the enemy using realistic capabilities and strategies to test defenses and plans. These exercises regularly reveal vulnerabilities that theoretical analysis missed, because the red team exploits actual weaknesses rather than the weaknesses planners expected. The value lies not in the specific scenarios, but in the discipline of systematic self-examination through adversarial testing. Sun Tzu's knowledge principle ultimately reflects a deeper philosophical commitment to reality-based decision-making. He insists that you must see the world as it actually is, not as you wish it to be, not as ideology claims it should be, but as it truly is. This commitment to clear-eyed assessment, despite its difficulty and despite the psychological comfort of delusion, represents one of his most valuable contributions. But achieving this proves extraordinarily difficult because human psychology actively resists it. Cognitive biases like confirmation bias, where we seek information confirming existing beliefs, and motivated reasoning, where we reason toward conclusions we prefer, are not flaws in thinking, but features of how human minds work. Overcoming them requires deliberate systems and practices, not just individual willpower. The challenge remains. How do you achieve sufficient knowledge to make sound decisions while accepting that perfect knowledge is impossible, while recognizing that your perception is always shaped by your frameworks and biases, while acknowledging that knowledge costs resources better spent on action, and while creating systems that surface uncomfortable truths despite organizational incentives that suppress them? Sun Tzu poses the question brilliantly, but provides no simple answer, because none exists. What he does provide is the recognition that knowledge forms the foundation of effective strategy. Decisions made in ignorance or self-deception, no matter how bold or well executed, lead to disaster. The general who does not know the enemy fights blind. The general who does not know himself fights with weapons that may break in his hands. The general who knows both can choose battles where victory is certain before fighting begins. Modern strategic competition has not diminished the importance of Sun Tzu's principle, but rather amplified it. The information age makes more data available than ever before, but this creates new challenges of distinguishing signal from noise, truth from manipulation, and relevant information from irrelevant distraction. Artificial intelligence and machine learning offer powerful tools for processing information at scale, but also create new vulnerabilities to adversarial manipulation and new forms of automated deception. The enduring wisdom is that knowledge provides advantage, that self-knowledge is harder but more important than knowledge of others, and that the pursuit of knowledge must be balanced against the need for action. Perfect knowledge is an impossible standard, but systematic efforts to improve knowledge and overcome self-deception provide competitive advantage that compounds over time. Sun Tzu teaches us to value intelligence and self-awareness as strategic assets equal in importance to material capabilities. Part 4. Timing, Speed and Adaptation. Sun Tzu elevates timing to a strategic principle of the highest order. He argues that opportunities in warfare are like rushing water, which can move boulders when it has momentum and speed. The skilled commander creates circumstances where victory becomes inevitable, then strikes at the precise moment when success costs least and accomplishes most. This philosophy of timing connects to deeper currents in Chinese thought, particularly the concept of shy, which means something like strategic advantage, momentum, or propitious configuration. Shi describes the alignment of circumstances that makes action effortless and effective. A boulder perched at the top of a cliff has Shi. When pushed, it will roll down with devastating force, not because of the pusher's strength, but because gravity and position make this outcome natural. Sun Tzu argues the great commander does not win through personal heroics or superior strength, but by creating Shi, positioning their forces so that victory flows naturally from the configuration of circumstances. The general who must rely on personal courage or exceptional performance by troops reveals poor strategic positioning. The general who wins easily reveals excellent strategic positioning. Alexander the Great's victory at Gaugamela in 331 before the Common Era demonstrates this principle. Alexander faced the massive Persian army of Darius III, perhaps 5 times larger than his own force. Rather than attacking the Persian centre where Darius concentrated his strength, Alexander led his elite companion cavalry in an oblique approach that created a gap in the Persian line. He then drove through this gap directly at Darius himself. The timing was crucial. Alexander waited until Darius's scythe chariots had charged and been defeated by Alexander's light infantry, causing disruption in the Persian line. He struck at the exact moment when the Persian formation was disorganized, but before they could reform. The entire massive Persian army collapsed not through prolonged combat, but because Alexander identified the precise moment when the system was vulnerable and exploited it instantly. This illustrates Sun Tzu's principle that timing multiplies force. The same action attempted at the wrong moment fails or succeeds at enormous cost, but executed at the right moment succeeds spectacularly with minimal effort. The challenge lies in recognizing the right moment, which requires understanding the dynamic situation well enough to perceive when conditions shift in your favor. Sun Tzu extends this logic to speed. He argues that speed is the essence of war, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, travelling by unexpected routes, and attacking where they have taken no precautions. Speed creates confusion, prevents enemy coordination, and exploits windows of opportunity before they close. The general who moves slowly allows the enemy to prepare, concentrate forces, and choose their own timing. The German Blitzkrieg strategy of 1940 demonstrates this principle with devastating effectiveness. German forces invaded France through the Ardennes forest, which French commanders considered impassable for large armoured formations. Moving with extraordinary speed, German tanks reached the English Channel in just 10 days, cutting off the best French and British divisions in Belgium. The speed itself became a weapon. French commanders could not react because German forces moved faster than French decision-making cycles. By the time French headquarters learned of German positions, formulated responses and transmitted orders to units, German forces had already advanced to new positions, making the orders obsolete before they could be executed. French forces found themselves constantly reacting to situations that had already changed, never able to regain initiative. Military theorist John Boyd later formalized this insight through his OODA loop concept: observe, orient, decide, act. The competitor who completes this cycle faster than their opponent gains decisive advantage because they are always acting on current information, while the opponent reacts to outdated information. This creates a compounding effect where the faster actor makes multiple moves while the slower actor is still responding to the first move. But Sun Tzu's philosophy of timing and speed contains a crucial paradox. Sometimes the right action is to wait. He warns against hasty attacks when conditions are unfavourable and emphasises patience in creating the right circumstances. The wisdom lies in knowing when to move with lightning speed and when to wait with infinite patience. Mao Zedong's guerrilla strategy exemplified this paradoxical principle. Against Japanese occupation forces and later against nationalist armies, Mao's forces would retreat for months or even years, avoiding battle, preserving their forces, building support among rural populations, and waiting for conditions to shift in their favour. Then, when the moment was right, they would strike with sudden overwhelming force at isolated enemy positions, win a quick victory, and retreat again before the enemy could respond effectively. The strategic patience allowed Mao to survive despite facing enemies with vastly superior resources, training and equipment. The tactical speed allowed him to win individual engagements despite permanent overall weakness. Together, patience and speed created a rhythm that exhausted opponents who expected either constant battle or permanent retreat, but not this maddening alternation between the two. Sun Tzu uses the metaphor of water to describe the third principle in this cluster: adaptation. Water has no constant form, but adapts to the terrain it encounters, flowing around obstacles, filling depressions, taking the shape of its container. The skilled commander has no fixed tactics, but adapts to the enemy's dispositions and the evolving situation. What worked in one situation may fail in another, so the commander must continuously assess and adjust rather than rigidly following predetermined plans. German Field Marshal Erwin Rommel in North Africa during World War II exemplified this adaptive capacity. British forces initially fought using rigid set-piece battle plans developed in peacetime exercises with predetermined phase lines, detailed timetables, and extensive coordination procedures. Rommel constantly improvised, attacking from unexpected directions, withdrawing when prudent rather than holding ground for prestige, regrouping rapidly and attacking again before the British could consolidate their positions. Rommel's success came not from superior resources. He usually had fewer troops and tanks than his British opponents, but from superior adaptation. He observed how British forces reacted to his moves, identified their patterns and vulnerabilities, then exploited them in subsequent engagements. While British commanders executed plans, Rommel responded to reality, giving him advantage despite material inferiority. However, serious problems and limitations exist in Sun Tzu's principles of timing, speed, and adaptation. First, the timing problem. Sun Tzu says, "Strike at the right moment." But how do you identify the right moment in real time with imperfect information and uncertainty? In retrospect, we can always point to the moment when action would have succeeded, but recognizing that moment as it arrives proves extraordinarily difficult. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain faced this problem in the late 1930s. Should Britain confront Hitler when Germany remilitarized the Rhineland in violation of the Versailles Treaty in 1936? When Germany annexed Austria in 1938? When Germany demanded the Sudetenland later that year? When Germany invaded the remainder of Czechoslovakia in 1939? At each decision point, Chamberlain could argue that Britain was not ready for war, that the specific German demand had some justification in national self-determination, that patience might yet preserve peace, and that confrontation risked war when Britain's rearmament was incomplete. Only in hindsight, knowing how the story ends, is it clear that the right moment to act was early, when German power was still limited and could have been contained at acceptable cost. But this clarity comes from knowing outcomes that Chamberlain could not know. The timing problem becomes even more acute because adversaries deliberately obscure the right moment. They create dilemmas where acting too early appears aggressive and provocative, while acting too late means facing a stronger opponent. They use incremental advances that never quite justify the costs of response, yet accumulate into strategic transformation. Recognizing the right moment requires distinguishing between situations that demand immediate action and situations where patience serves better, a judgment that honest people can reasonably disagree about. Second, speed creates its own problems that Sun Tzu underemphasizes. Fast-moving operations extend supply lines, outrun communications and coordination, and create opportunities for enemy counterattack against overextended forces. Speed traded for security can be catastrophic when the enemy is prepared to exploit it. The German blitzkrieg that worked brilliantly in France failed catastrophically in the Soviet Union. German forces advanced so rapidly in the summer and fall of 1941 that they outran their logistics, leaving frontline units critically short of fuel, ammunition, and food. The Soviet Union's vast distances absorbed German speed, turning advantage into vulnerability. When winter arrived early and Soviet forces counterattacked, the overextended German army found itself trapped in a war of attrition it could not win, having sacrificed secure positions for rapid advance. Third, adaptation has limits that Sun Tzu does not adequately address. Organizations need some stability and predictability to function effectively. If commanders constantly change tactics, units cannot develop proficiency through repeated practice, logistics cannot plan effectively because requirements keep shifting, and subordinates never know what to expect, creating confusion that undermines effectiveness. Military historian Martin van Creveld argues that armies require established doctrine, standard procedures, and predictable patterns precisely because warfare is already so chaotic. The organization itself must provide stability to counter the chaos of combat. Sun Tzu's advocacy for constant adaptation risks creating additional chaos within your own forces that exceeds the advantage gained from confusing the enemy. Fourth, speed and adaptation can work against each other, creating tension Sun Tzu does not resolve. Rapid action requires simplified decision-making, predetermined responses, and sacrificing thoroughness for tempo. Adaptation requires careful assessment, thoughtful adjustment, and time to develop new approaches. An army cannot simultaneously move at maximum speed and carefully adapt to circumstances. It must choose, yet Sun Tzu provides no guidance on how to balance these competing imperatives. American forces in the initial invasion of Iraq in 2003 moved with tremendous speed, reaching Baghdad in just 3 weeks. But this speed meant they bypassed enemy forces that later became insurgents, failed to secure weapons caches that armed resistance movements, and did not adapt to the emerging counterinsurgency environment because they were focused on rapid conventional advance. The speed that won the conventional war created conditions that made the subsequent occupation far more difficult. Fifth, there is what we might call the paradox of waiting for the right moment. If you always wait for perfect conditions, you never act. Conditions are never perfect. There is always some reason to delay, some additional preparation that might improve chances, some uncertainty that might be resolved with more time. At some point you must act despite imperfect circumstances, but Sun Tzu provides no clear guidance on when waiting becomes procrastination and when action becomes haste. Modern complexity theory offers another critique of Sun Tzu's timing principle. In complex adaptive systems, which include most competitive environments, the relationship between action and outcome is non-linear and unpredictable. Small actions can have large effects through cascading dynamics, large actions can have small effects because the system absorbs them, and the same action can produce radically different results depending on minute variations in initial conditions. This means that Sun Tzu's vision of precisely timing action for maximum effect may be unrealistic in genuinely complex environments. You cannot calculate the right moment with precision because the system is too complex to predict. Instead of seeking perfect timing, you might do better building robust capabilities that perform adequately across a range of scenarios, accepting that you will sometimes act too early or too late, but avoiding catastrophic failures from attempting precision that complexity makes impossible. Nassim Taleb's work on antifragility suggests an alternative approach to timing and adaptation. Rather than trying to perfectly time actions or adapt optimally to circumstances, build systems that benefit from volatility and stress. Rather than seeking the single right moment, take many small actions that have limited downside but significant upside, allowing you to exploit opportunities whenever they arise without depending on perfect timing. This approach treats timing as a portfolio problem rather than a single decision, reducing catastrophic risk from mistimed actions. Despite these critiques, Sun Tzu's core insights about timing, speed and adaptation remain valuable when properly qualified and understood within appropriate limits. Timing matters because circumstances change, and actions attempted when conditions are favourable succeed more easily than the same actions attempted when conditions are hostile. The skill lies not in achieving perfect timing, but in developing sensitivity to circumstantial dynamics, reading how situations evolve, and adjusting your tempo accordingly rather than following rigid schedules. Speed matters because competitors who act and adapt faster than you create cumulative advantages that compound over time, seizing opportunities before you recognize them and responding to your moves before you can capitalize on them. The skill lies not in maximum speed, regardless of circumstances, but in calibrating your tempo to your capabilities, the situation, and the opponent, sometimes moving rapidly to exploit fleeting advantages, and sometimes moving deliberately to avoid errors. Adaptation matters because rigid adherence to plans, when circumstances change, guarantees failure, turning strategy into self-defeating stubbornness. The skill lies not in constant improvisation that creates organizational chaos, but in distinguishing between core principles that should remain stable and tactical implementations that should flex with circumstances, between adapting to reality and abandoning sound strategy because of temporary setbacks. Israeli military doctrine attempts to codify this balance through combined arms integration and mission-type orders. Individual units follow standard procedures and move with coordinated timing, providing stability and predictability that enables cooperation. But senior commanders maintain flexibility to adapt the overall plan based on enemy responses and changing circumstances. The combination of stable elements at lower levels and flexible elements at higher levels allows both speed and adaptation without descending into chaos. Modern business strategy faces similar challenges of balancing stability with flexibility. Successful companies like Apple maintain consistent brand identity and core competencies that provide stability while adapting tactical approaches to changing technologies, market conditions, and competitive dynamics. They know when to maintain course despite short-term pressures and when to pivot dramatically in response to fundamental shifts that make existing approaches obsolete. Sun Tzu forces us to think about time as a strategic dimension, not just a constraint that pressures us to act quickly. Most people treat time as something that passes uniformly, creating pressure to hurry. Sun Tzu sees time as something to be shaped and exploited, sometimes accelerating to create advantage through speed, sometimes decelerating to create advantage through patience, always seeking the rhythm that serves your strategic objectives rather than letting external pressures dictate your tempo. The deepest wisdom in Sun Tzu's treatment of timing may be simply this: there is no universal rule about when or how fast to act. The answer depends entirely on circumstances, which means you must develop judgment rather than follow formulas. And judgment comes from experience, careful observation, reflection on successes and failures, and willingness to accept that you will sometimes be wrong, despite your best efforts. Perfect timing is impossible, but thoughtful attention to timing creates meaningful advantage over competitors who ignore it. Part 5. Terrain, Position, and Strategic Geography. Sun Tzu devotes substantial attention to terrain, arguing that the skilled commander understands how physical geography shapes tactical possibilities and strategic outcomes. But his philosophy of terrain extends far beyond military topography to encompass a deeper principle. Position determines possibility. Where you stand shapes what you can accomplish. Sun Tzu categorizes 6 types of terrain, each demanding different tactics. Accessible ground, where both sides can move freely, requires occupying elevated positions first to gain advantage. Entangling ground, easy to advance into but difficult to retreat from, should not be attacked because you risk becoming trapped. Temporizing ground, where neither side gains advantage from attacking, requires using apparent advantage as bait to lure the enemy into mistakes. Narrow ground, where small forces can defend against large ones, demands that if you arrive first, you block the passes and wait, but if the enemy arrives first, you do not pursue them into the constriction. Precipitous ground requires maintaining momentum through continuous movement. Distant ground far from supply bases should be avoided for battle because both sides fight at disadvantage far from home. The Battle of Thermopylae in 480 before the Common Era perfectly illustrates Sun Tzu's terrain principles. 300 Spartan soldiers, along with several thousand Greek allies, held a narrow coastal pass against perhaps 100,000 Persians for 3 days. The narrow ground neutralized Persian numerical superiority because only a small front could engage at once, allowing the heavily armoured Greek infantry to fight on equal terms against vastly superior numbers. The Spartans used position to multiply their combat power far beyond what numbers alone suggested. King Leonidas chose terrain that made Persian advantages in cavalry and archery largely irrelevant, while maximizing the effectiveness of Greek heavy infantry fighting in close formation. Only when a local Greek betrayed them by showing the Persians a mountain path that flanked the position did the Greek defence collapse. Position provided such advantage that betrayal, not combat, was required to overcome it. But Sun Tzu's philosophy of terrain contains insights that go deeper than tactical geography. He argues that terrain includes weather, distances, and danger, all the environmental factors that constrain and enable action. Understanding terrain means understanding the entire operational environment, not just maps and elevations. Napoleon's invasion of Russia in 1812 demonstrates catastrophic failure to respect terrain's constraints in this broader sense. Napoleon marched perhaps 680,000 soldiers into Russia, the largest army ever assembled to that point in European history. But Russian distances exhausted his forces through endless marching on poor roads. Russian weather, particularly the brutal winter, killed tens of thousands through cold and disease. Russian scorched earth tactics denied him supplies, forcing him to disperse forces for foraging. Russian willingness to abandon even Moscow rather than fight a decisive battle denied him the quick victory his strategy required. Napoleon's tactical brilliance proved irrelevant because he failed to understand how Russian terrain, in the broad sense Sun Tzu means, made victory impossible without resources and time he did not possess. He returned to Poland with perhaps 10,000 effective soldiers, having lost over 98% of his army not primarily to combat but to terrain, distance, weather and logistics. The campaign destroyed the Grande Armée and Napoleon's aura of invincibility. Sun Tzu's terrain principles extend metaphorically to competitive domains beyond physical warfare. In business competition, terrain means market structure, regulatory environment, customer distribution, supply chain networks, and technological infrastructure. A company's strategic position, its market share, brand strength, cost structure, and technological capabilities determines what actions are possible and what outcomes are achievable. Amazon's rise illustrates using position to create competitive advantage through terrain control. By building massive distribution infrastructure, fulfillment centers, delivery networks, and cloud computing capabilities, Amazon created terrain that advantaged their business model while disadvantaging traditional retailers. Their warehouses and logistics networks constitute terrain that they control, and competitors must fight on if they want to compete in e-commerce. Traditional retailers attempting to compete in e-commerce now must either build similar infrastructure at enormous cost or operate at permanent disadvantage, delivering more slowly at higher cost. Amazon changed the terrain of retail competition, making success require capabilities that established retailers lacked, similar to how Spartans at Thermopylae chose terrain that required capabilities Persians lacked. In politics, terrain includes institutional structures, constituencies, media environments, cultural values, and procedural rules. Politicians succeed not just through personal charisma or correct policies, but by understanding the terrain and positioning themselves favorably within it. Building coalitions that control decisive institutions and framing issues in ways that activate supportive constituencies. However, serious problems and limitations exist in Sun Tzu's terrain philosophy. First, terrain can be changed rather than simply adapted to. Sun Tzu treats terrain as largely fixed, but modern military forces routinely alter terrain through engineering. Armies build bridges across rivers, blast tunnels through mountains, clear forests, drain swamps, and construct fortifications that transform defensive possibilities. The ability to change terrain rather than simply adapting to it represents a different kind of strategic thinking than Sun Tzu envisions. The United States military in Vietnam attempted to change terrain that favored guerrilla warfare. They sprayed chemical defoliants to remove jungle cover that concealed enemy forces. They bombed supply routes to interdict logistics. They relocated villages to deprive guerrillas of population support. They constructed fortified bases to create secure zones. These efforts at terrain modification largely failed, demonstrating both that terrain can be changed and that doing so is far more difficult than it appears, often creating new problems while solving old ones. Second, focusing too much on terrain can create rigidity and blind commanders to alternatives. If commanders become fixated on geographic position, they may fail to recognize that maneuver, speed, or technology can overcome terrain disadvantages in ways Sun Tzu did not anticipate. French military planning before World War II fixated on terrain analysis. They built the Maginot Line, massive fortifications along the German border, based on the assessment that these positions were defensible and would force Germany to attack through Belgium if war came. But German forces simply went around the fortifications through the Ardennes, which French planners had dismissed as impassable for armoured forces, making the geographic positions irrelevant. The French focus on terrain blinded them to strategic and operational alternatives that made terrain less important than they assumed. Third, in modern warfare, terrain matters less than it did in Sun Tzu's era because of technology. Air power operates in 3 dimensions: largely ignoring ground-terrain constraints. Missiles strike across continents regardless of intervening geography. Cyber operations occur in virtual terrain that has no physical analogue. Naval power projects force across oceans that separate land armies. Satellites provide observation and communication that terrain cannot block. The First Gulf War in 1991 showed air power dominating despite Iraqi forces holding strong defensive terrain. Iraqi forces dug into defensive positions in Kuwait and southern Iraq, using terrain features for protection and creating extensive fortifications. American and coalition air forces destroyed Iraqi military capabilities from the air, while Iraqi forces, however well positioned on the ground, could not effectively respond to attacks from above. When the ground campaign began, it lasted only 100 hours because air power had already determined the outcome regardless of terrain. Fourth, Sun Tzu's terrain categories may be too rigid for real-world complexity. Actual terrain rarely fits neatly into his 6 types. Most terrain has mixed characteristics that vary by season, weather, and how forces use it. The same terrain can shift between categories based on technological capabilities, force composition, and tactical doctrine. Treating terrain as fitting into discrete categories risks missing nuances that determine actual tactical possibilities. Fifth, obsession with position can lead to static thinking that prioritizes holding ground over achieving objectives. If you focus on occupying strong positions, you may neglect the dynamic interplay of movement and initiative that Sun Tzu himself emphasizes in other contexts. Western military theorist J.F.C. Fuller criticized positional warfare as inherently inferior to maneuver warfare. He argued that trying to hold positions leads to attritional battles where both sides suffer enormous casualties for minimal gain, grinding forward metre by metre at unsustainable cost. Better, Fuller argued, to prioritize movement and surprise over geographic control, to win through dislocation rather than destruction, making the enemy's positions irrelevant by cutting their communications and supply rather than attacking their strength directly. The contrast between World War I and World War II on the Western Front illustrates this tension. World War I became obsessed with terrain, fighting over specific trench lines and geographic positions in battles that killed millions for negligible territorial gains. Verdun, the Somme, Passchendaele all exemplify the catastrophic costs of positional warfare. World War II emphasized maneuver, with mobile forces rapidly advancing to disrupt enemy rear areas rather than grinding forward through successive defensive lines. The maneuver approach achieved decisive results far more efficiently than the positional approach, though both faced challenges. Sixth, in non-military competition, the terrain metaphor can be misleading if taken too literally. Business strategists often speak of market terrain and competitive positioning, but these metaphors risk making people think of competition in overly spatial terms that obscure economic realities. Business competition is not fundamentally about holding geographic positions, but about creating and capturing value through innovation, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. A company can succeed without dominating market share by serving niche segments profitably. A company can fail despite large market share if their business model is unprofitable or if technological change makes their position obsolete. The terrain metaphor, while sometimes useful, can obscure these economic realities and lead to strategies that prioritize position over value creation. Despite these limitations, Sun Tzu's terrain philosophy contains enduring insights when properly understood and appropriately qualified. The core principle is that context shapes possibility. What you can accomplish depends not just on your capabilities, but on the environment in which you operate. Understanding environmental constraints and opportunities allows you to attempt actions likely to succeed and avoid actions likely to fail, regardless of how well executed. This applies across domains with appropriate translation. In military affairs, commanders must understand how geography, weather, and infrastructure affect operations, choosing to fight where conditions favour their forces and avoiding battle where conditions favour the enemy. In business, executives must understand how market structure, regulation, and technology affect competitive dynamics, choosing markets and approaches where their capabilities provide advantage. In politics, leaders must understand how institutions, constituencies, and cultural values affect what policies can be implemented, choosing battles where political terrain favours success. The second insight is that position compounds over time through path dependence and accumulated advantage. Once you occupy strong terrain, you can defend it with fewer resources, freeing resources for other purposes. Once you lose strong terrain, regaining it costs far more than holding it originally would have cost. Therefore, securing favourable position early is strategically efficient, creating advantages that multiply over time. Microsoft's dominance in personal computer operating systems illustrates this dynamic. Once Windows achieved market dominance in the 1990s, network effects and switching costs created terrain that powerfully favoured Microsoft. Application developers wrote software for Windows because that is where the users were. Users chose Windows because that is where the applications were. This self-reinforcing dynamic created a position that competitors could not effectively challenge for decades, despite Microsoft's operating system often being technically inferior to alternatives. Position, once established, became self-perpetuating. The third insight is that reading terrain requires specialized knowledge and experience that cannot be gained from abstract study alone. Sun Tzu emphasizes that the general must personally inspect terrain and cannot rely solely on maps or reports. Local knowledge matters because subtle features invisible on maps, the quality of roads, the firmness of ground, the availability of water, the cover provided by vegetation, can determine tactical success or failure. This principle extends broadly beyond military operations. Leaders who make decisions based on abstract data without direct experience of operational realities often fail because they miss crucial contextual factors that data does not capture. Successful leaders combine analytical understanding with direct observation and experience, visiting front lines, talking to customers, observing operations personally rather than relying entirely on reports filtered through hierarchies. The fourth insight is that terrain creates asymmetries that clever strategists exploit to neutralize opponent advantages. Even when facing a stronger opponent, you can select terrain that neutralizes their advantages and amplifies your strengths, changing the nature of competition to favor your capabilities. Guerrilla warfare exemplifies this principle across many conflicts. Guerrilla forces deliberately operate in terrain, jungles, mountains, urban areas, where conventional military advantages in firepower and mobility are reduced. They turn environmental features into weapons, using civilian populations for concealment, using complex terrain to escape pursuit, using knowledge of local conditions to set ambushes, avoiding open battle where they are weak, while forcing the enemy to fight on terrain where conventional advantages are diminished. Modern terrorism applies similar logic in the political terrain of civil society. Terrorist organizations operate in environments where liberal democratic states face legal and moral constraints that terrorist organizations do not share. This asymmetry in what actions are permissible becomes a form of terrain that terrorists exploit, conducting operations that would be easy for states to prevent if unconstrained by law and morality, but difficult to prevent while maintaining democratic values and legal protections. Sun Tzu's terrain philosophy ultimately teaches that strategy must be contextualized rather than following universal templates. There are no tactics that work regardless of circumstances. Effective action requires understanding the specific environment in which you operate and adapting your approach to that environment's characteristics rather than imposing generic solutions. This sounds obvious, yet organizations constantly violate this principle by importing strategies that worked in one context into different contexts where they fail. Business executives try to replicate strategies from different industries without understanding how market structure differs. Military forces try to apply tactics from previous wars without understanding how technology or enemy has changed. Politicians try to use campaign strategies that worked in different regions without understanding local political culture. These failures stem from treating strategy as universal rather than contextual. Sun Tzu's insistence on understanding and respecting terrain remains a powerful corrective to universal template thinking. Context matters more than most strategic frameworks acknowledge. Position shapes possibility more than capability alone determines. Environment constrains and enables in ways that must be understood rather than ignored. Success requires adapting to the specific circumstances you face rather than imposing abstract models regardless of fit. This wisdom remains as relevant in modern competition as in ancient warfare, though the terrain has changed from physical geography to market structures, technological platforms, and institutional frameworks. Part 6. The Nature of the General. Leadership. Philosophy. Sun Tzu dedicates significant attention to the qualities and responsibilities of the general, offering what amounts to a philosophy of leadership under extreme pressure and uncertainty. His vision of the ideal commander synthesizes intellectual, moral, and practical virtues in ways that remain relevant far beyond military contexts, though also containing limitations and assumptions we must examine critically. Sun Tzu identifies 5 essential qualities of the successful general: wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage, and strictness. Each quality requires careful examination to understand what Sun Tzu means and what limitations these ideals contain when tested against reality. Wisdom, in Sun Tzu's framework, means more than intelligence or knowledge. It means the ability to perceive patterns others miss, anticipate consequences through multiple steps of interaction, and make sound judgments under uncertainty with incomplete information. The wise general sees through deception, understands the relationship between actions and outcomes across complex causal chains, and grasps the whole strategic situation rather than fixating on isolated elements. But Sun Tzu also warns against cleverness detached from practical effectiveness. The general who wins through elaborate deceptions and complex schemes, but at high cost, demonstrates inferior skill to the general who wins through straightforward application of superior position, requiring no cleverness at all. Wisdom includes knowing when to use cunning and when simple, direct action serves better, when complexity provides advantage and when it creates fragility. Roman general Fabius Maximus exemplifies Sun Tzu's ideal of wisdom during the Second Punic War. After Hannibal destroyed multiple Roman armies through tactical brilliance at Trebia, Lake Trasimene and Cannae, Fabius refused to give battle despite enormous political pressure to attack. Instead, he shadowed Hannibal's forces, attacked foraging parties, destroyed supplies, and denied Hannibal the decisive engagement he sought. Romans mockingly called him Fabius the Delayer, Fabius Cunctator, because they wanted aggressive action and revenge. But Fabius demonstrated wisdom by recognizing that Roman tactical inferiority to Hannibal's generalship meant avoiding battle served Roman interests better than seeking glory through combat that would likely result in another catastrophic defeat. He endured mockery, criticism, and political opposition because he understood the strategic situation clearly and refused to deviate from effective strategy despite pressure from those who understood less. His patience exhausted Hannibal's resources and prevented further disasters until Rome could develop commanders and tactics capable of defeating Hannibal. Sincerity, the second quality, means the general keeps their word consistently. Subordinates must trust that promises will be fulfilled and threats will be executed without exception. Without this trust, orders lack credibility, rewards fail to motivate, and punishments fail to deter, because soldiers never know whether the general means what he says. This seems straightforward, but it creates tension with Sun Tzu's emphasis on deception as the foundation of warfare. If the general habitually deceives enemies, how do subordinates know they will not also be deceived? Sun Tzu offers no explicit resolution to this tension, but the implication is that the general must maintain one standard with their own people and another with opponents, being absolutely reliable internally while systematically deceptive externally. General George Marshall, American Army Chief of Staff during World War II, embodied this quality of sincerity with subordinates. Officers throughout the Army knew that Marshall's promises about assignments, promotions, and resources were completely reliable. This credibility allowed Marshall to demand extraordinary efforts because subordinates trusted he would support them appropriately and deliver what he promised. When Marshall identified an officer as incompetent, that officer was promptly relieved, regardless of political connections, which reinforced that Marshall's assessments were honest even when uncomfortable. Benevolence, the third quality, might surprise modern readers who associate military leadership with harsh discipline and willingness to sacrifice soldiers for objectives. But Sun Tzu argues the general must care genuinely for soldiers' welfare, not from sentimentality, but from practical wisdom, recognizing that soldiers who believe their commander values their lives will fight more effectively than soldiers who feel treated as expendable resources. Sun Tzu explicitly states that the general who regards soldiers as children will march them into deep valleys, meaning they will follow anywhere, and the general who regards them as beloved sons will have them willing to die with him. This paternal metaphor reflects Confucian ideals of reciprocal obligation between superior and subordinate, where the superior's care creates loyalty that subordinates reciprocate through willing service. However, This creates potential problems that Sun Tzu does not adequately address. Excessive concern for casualties can paralyze a commander, preventing necessary risks that strategy requires. Soldiers may interpret benevolence as weakness, leading to discipline problems and reduced effectiveness. The balance between caring for soldiers and accepting that achieving objectives will require some to die represents one of leadership's most difficult challenges, and Sun Tzu's principle provides limited guidance on where that balance lies. General Dwight Eisenhower, before D-Day, exemplified this tension between benevolence and necessity. He agonized over the casualties the Normandy invasion would cause, writing a note accepting personal responsibility if the operation failed. He visited troops before the assault, showing genuine concern for their welfare. But he also ordered the attack despite uncertain weather and knowing thousands would die in the first hours, because strategic necessity demanded accepting those costs to achieve the objective of opening a second front in Europe. His benevolence showed in careful planning to minimize casualties and in his visible distress at the human cost, but he did not allow these feelings to prevent necessary action. Courage, the fourth quality, operates on multiple levels in Sun Tzu's philosophy. Physical courage to face danger is necessary but not sufficient for the general. More important is moral courage to make difficult decisions that may prove wrong, accept responsibility for failures without deflecting blame, and resist popular pressure when strategic wisdom demands unpopular choices that will be criticized. Admiral Horatio Nelson at Trafalgar in 1805 demonstrated both forms of courage. He physically exposed himself to enemy fire throughout the battle, eventually being killed by a French sharpshooter firing from the rigging of the Redoutable. But more importantly, he showed moral courage by employing unconventional tactics that violated established naval doctrine, dividing his fleet into two columns that would attack the Franco-Spanish line perpendicularly, rather than the traditional parallel line of battle. He risked his reputation and career on tactics he judged would achieve decisive victory, despite contradicting accepted practice. Yet we must note that Sun Tzu would likely criticize Nelson's physical exposure as unnecessary risk that good strategy should avoid. The general's judgment and leadership are too valuable to risk in personal combat when subordinates can execute tactics. Nelson's death cost Britain their greatest naval commander at the moment of victory, depriving them of his skills for future campaigns. Physical courage becomes foolishness when it wastes irreplaceable capabilities, a distinction Sun Tzu emphasizes throughout his work. Strictness, the fifth quality, means consistent enforcement of discipline and standards without favoritism or arbitrariness. Sun Tzu argues that if orders are habitually enforced, troops will obey, but if orders are inconsistently enforced, troops will disobey because they do not take commands seriously. The general must establish clear expectations and maintain them consistently, being neither too lenient, which breeds contempt, nor arbitrarily harsh, which breeds resentment. But Sun Tzu adds crucial nuance, often missed in simplified interpretations. He argues that executing soldiers for disobedience when they do not understand what is expected represents cruelty and poor leadership, while failing to punish clear disobedience after proper instruction represents weakness that undermines all authority. The general must first teach clearly, then expect reasonable compliance, then enforce standards consistently. This sequence matters. Punishment without instruction is tyranny, but instruction without enforcement is meaningless. This principle extends beyond military contexts to any organization requiring coordinated action. Effective leaders in any domain establish clear expectations that people understand, ensure people have resources and training to meet expectations, then hold people accountable consistently when expectations are not met. Leaders who fail at any step in this sequence create organizational dysfunction, either through unclear standards, inadequate support, or inconsistent enforcement. Sun Tzu's discussion of the general's relationship with political authority reveals deep tensions about civilian control of military forces that remain unresolved in modern democracies. He argues that the general, while in the field with direct knowledge of circumstances, need not obey every order from the sovereign. If the sovereign commands actions that would lead to military disaster, the general should refuse. Conversely, if opportunity arises for victory without explicit authorization, the general should seize it rather than waiting for permission that might arrive too late. This principle of informed disobedience rests on the assumption that the general, present at the front with direct knowledge of tactical and operational realities, understands the military situation better than distant political leaders who lack current information and military expertise. The general's professional judgment should prevail over political authority when the two conflict on military questions. But this creates obvious problems in civil-military relations that Sun Tzu does not acknowledge. If generals can disobey orders they judge unwise, civilian control of the military becomes tenuous, creating risk of military insubordination or even coups. If generals cannot adapt to changing circumstances without political authorization, military effectiveness suffers as opportunities are missed while waiting for permission. Every political system struggles with this tension between effectiveness and control. American Civil War General George McClellan illustrates the danger of Sun Tzu's principle when misapplied. McClellan repeatedly refused to attack Confederate forces when President Lincoln ordered him to, arguing that conditions were not favorable and more preparation was needed. McClellan may have been right on narrow military grounds that his forces needed additional training and equipment, but Lincoln correctly judged that political imperatives, particularly maintaining Northern public support for the war, required visible action even if militarily suboptimal. Lincoln eventually fired McClellan for insubordination disguised as military prudence, recognizing that allowing generals to override political authority threatened civilian control. Conversely, British generals in World War I largely followed political direction to launch offensives regardless of military circumstances, leading to catastrophic casualties for minimal gains in battles like the Somme and Passchendaele. Historians debate whether more willingness to refuse unwise political orders would have served Britain better, though this risks substituting military judgment for political leadership on questions where democratic accountability requires civilian control. Sun Tzu offers no clear resolution because his framework assumes a wise sovereign who understands strategic principles and delegates appropriately to a wise general who judges correctly when orders should be disobeyed. In reality, both political leaders and military commanders make mistakes, suffer from biases, and face conflicting pressures. Determining who should prevail in disagreements involves trade-offs with no perfect answer, balancing military effectiveness against political accountability and civilian control. Modern democratic theory generally prioritizes civilian control even at cost to military efficiency, because the alternative, military commanders making political decisions, threatens democracy itself. But Sun Tzu, writing in an era of authoritarian government where military and political authority were less clearly separated, never addresses this concern about preserving democratic governance against military encroachment on political authority. Sun Tzu also discusses 5 dangerous characteristics that destroy generals regardless of their other qualities. Recklessness leads to death, as the general takes unnecessary risks. Cowardice leads to capture, as the general flees rather than fighting when necessary. Quick temper makes one vulnerable to provocation, allowing enemies to manipulate the general into disadvantageous actions through insults and taunts. Excessive concern for honor makes one vulnerable to shame, causing irrational decisions to preserve reputation. Excessive compassion makes one vulnerable to threats against civilians, allowing enemies to manipulate the general through hostages and humanitarian concerns. Each dangerous characteristic represents a virtue taken to excess or misapplied without judgment. Courage becomes recklessness when it leads to unnecessary personal risks that waste irreplaceable capabilities. Caution becomes cowardice when it prevents necessary action and allows opportunities to escape. Self-confidence becomes quick temper when it reacts emotionally to provocations rather than responding strategically. Integrity becomes excessive honor when concern for reputation overrides strategic judgment about what actually serves objectives. Benevolence becomes excessive compassion when it paralyzes decision-making and allows enemies to manipulate through exploitation of humane feelings. Confederate General Stonewall Jackson exemplified recklessness despite his tactical brilliance. Jackson constantly exposed himself to enemy fire, leading from the front in ways that inspired soldiers but created unnecessary risk. He was eventually killed by his own soldiers who mistook his party for Union cavalry during the Battle of Chancellorsville in 1863. His death at a critical moment cost the Confederacy one of their most effective commanders, potentially changing the war's outcome. The recklessness that made him inspirational ultimately wasted his capabilities at the moment they were most needed. Sun Tzu's point is that effective leadership requires balance between competing virtues, maintaining courage without recklessness, caution without cowardice, confidence without arrogance, integrity without vanity, and compassion without sentimentality. Finding this balance, maintaining it under pressure when emotions run high and circumstances tempt extremes, and adjusting it as circumstances change, represents the art of leadership that cannot be reduced to rules. But we must also address what Sun Tzu's leadership philosophy omits or undervalues. First, Sun Tzu says little about vision and inspiration beyond tactical and operational effectiveness. He focuses on the general's judgment, character and skill, but not on the ability to articulate purpose, inspire commitment, or create meaning that sustains people through suffering and setbacks. Yet many of history's most effective leaders succeeded largely through inspirational qualities rather than tactical brilliance. Winston Churchill in World War II rallied British resistance through speeches that gave meaning to suffering and framed the conflict as a struggle for civilization itself against barbarism. His famous speeches after Dunkirk and during the Blitz contributed as much to British victory as military competence, because they sustained public morale during years when victory seemed impossible and defeat appeared imminent. Sun Tzu's framework provides no place for this inspirational dimension of leadership. Second, Sun Tzu assumes a hierarchical command structure where the general makes decisions and subordinates execute them without question. Modern military doctrine increasingly emphasizes mission-type orders, where commanders specify objectives but allow subordinates discretion in methods, recognizing that those closer to the situation often understand tactical realities better than distant commanders. This distributed decision-making requires different leadership skills, particularly the ability to develop subordinate judgment rather than simply demanding obedience to detailed instructions. Third, Sun Tzu's leadership model is individualistic, focused on the qualities of a single commander, as if success depends primarily on that individual's capabilities. But modern organizations succeed through systems, not just individuals. The most effective militaries create institutional cultures, training programs, and organizational structures that produce competent leadership at scale, rather than depending on rare individuals of exceptional ability emerging by chance. The German General Staff system, developed in the 19th century, exemplified this systemic approach to leadership. Rather than hoping for brilliant generals to emerge naturally, Germany created rigorous staff training that produced large numbers of highly competent officers through systematic education, realistic exercises, and rapid advancement based on demonstrated ability rather than social class or seniority. This allowed Germany to fight effectively even when individual generals were mediocre, because the institutional system compensated for individual limitations through standardized procedures and collective expertise. Fourth, Sun Tzu's model assumes the general possesses all 5 virtues in balance, but real people have uneven capabilities with pronounced strengths and significant weaknesses. Perhaps more realistic is identifying people's specific strengths and placing them in roles that leverage those strengths while compensating for weaknesses through subordinates, organizational structures, or institutional processes that provide what the individual lacks. General Ulysses Grant succeeded during the American Civil War not because he exemplified all Sun Tzu's virtues. He drank excessively, lacked political sophistication, and showed limited tactical creativity, but because his specific strengths, strategic vision, determination, and ability to coordinate multiple armies were what the Union needed at that moment. President Lincoln protected Grant from political attacks and assigned staff to handle areas where Grant was weak, allowing Grant to focus on his strengths while others compensated for his limitations. This worked better than seeking a perfect general who possessed all virtues. Despite these limitations and the need for adaptation to modern contexts, Sun Tzu's leadership philosophy offers enduring insights. Leadership under competitive pressure requires intellectual ability to understand complex situations and see patterns others miss. Moral character to maintain standards and inspire trust when expedient compromises tempt. Practical wisdom to make sound judgments despite uncertainty. Courage to accept risks and responsibility when failure is possible. And discipline to maintain effectiveness despite setbacks and exhaustion. These qualities remain relevant whether leading a military force, managing a corporation, directing a government agency, or coaching a sports team. The specific skills required vary by domain and circumstances, but the underlying virtues Sun Tzu identifies translate across contexts with appropriate adaptation. Wisdom means understanding your specific competitive environment rather than memorizing ancient military maxims. Sincerity means keeping commitments to stakeholders rather than just soldiers. Benevolence means caring for people's welfare while accepting necessary costs. Courage means making difficult decisions despite criticism. Strictness means maintaining standards consistently. Perhaps Sun Tzu's deepest insight about leadership is that it exists at the intersection of character and competence. Character without competence produces well-intentioned failure, as good people make poor decisions from ignorance or poor judgment. Competence without character produces effective evil, as skilled people pursue wrong objectives or use wrong methods. Effective leadership requires both, integrated through practical judgment that balances competing values and chooses wise action despite uncertainty. This integration cannot be taught through rules, but must be developed through experience, reflection, and commitment to both excellence and integrity simultaneously. Part 7. The Economics of Conflict. One of Sun Tzu's most distinctive contributions, often overlooked in popular discussions, is his economic analysis of warfare. He insists that military campaigns must be understood not just through tactical success, but through rigorous cost-benefit analysis, and that the ultimate measure of strategic wisdom is achieving objectives at minimum expense, rather than achieving them gloriously or through impressive displays of force. Sun Tzu states explicitly that no country has ever benefited from prolonged warfare. He provides specific calculations to ground his argument in concrete economic reality. Maintaining an army of 100,000 soldiers costs 1,000 gold pieces per day at home and abroad. This economic burden impoverishes the state, drains the treasury, and exhausts the population through taxation and conscription. He continues with cascading economic consequences that extend far beyond direct military costs. Warfare disrupts agriculture because peasants are conscripted as soldiers or labourers supporting military operations, leaving fields unplanted or unharvested. It raises prices as goods become scarce from reduced production and disrupted trade. It depletes state reserves as governments compete to purchase supplies in restricted markets. It creates incentives for corruption as officials profit from military procurement and resource allocation. The economic damage persists long after fighting ends, as populations recover slowly from displacement, devastation, and the loss of working-age men. This economic perspective leads Sun Tzu to conclusions that challenge conventional military thinking focused on tactical excellence or battlefield glory. He argues that the skillful general wins quickly through superior positioning and strategic advantage, not through prolonged campaigns of attrition. Prolonged campaigns, even if ultimately victorious, represent strategic failure because the economic costs outweigh military gains, leaving the victor weaker than before the war began, and vulnerable to exploitation by rivals who conserved their resources. He also argues for supplying your army from enemy territory rather than from home, reducing your own economic burden while increasing pressure on the enemy. Sun Tzu advocates seizing enemy supplies intact rather than destroying them, because captured supplies serve your army while denying them to the enemy at no cost to your own economy, whereas destroying enemy resources eliminates their value to both sides. The Mongol conquests of the 13th century exemplify Sun Tzu's economic logic at its most ruthless and effective. Mongol armies moved with minimal supply trains, living off the land and enemy supplies wherever they campaigned. Cities that surrendered immediately were incorporated with minimal damage, their economic infrastructure preserved to provide future resources. Cities that resisted were utterly destroyed, their populations massacred and their wealth plundered, which created powerful economic incentives for rapid surrender that reduced Mongol campaign costs. The Mongol approach was economically efficient from their perspective. Each conquest funded the next through plunder while minimizing the drain on Mongol resources. But this efficiency came through genocidal brutality that makes it morally monstrous despite its strategic effectiveness. This reveals a crucial moral problem with Sun Tzu's economic logic. Efficiency in killing remains killing, and minimizing your own costs by inflicting maximum pain on enemies may be economically rational but morally abhorrent. Sun Tzu correctly recognizes that warfare is economically destructive for all participants, even victors who achieve their objectives. Modern economics confirms this through opportunity cost analysis. Resources spent on military forces cannot be spent on productive investment in infrastructure, education, research, or consumption that would increase welfare and economic growth. War consumes resources rather than creating them, making everyone poorer in aggregate even when redistributing wealth from losers to winners. Economist Joseph Stiglitz estimated that the Iraq War cost the United States between $2 and $3 trillion, when including long-term costs like veterans' health care, disability payments, interest on borrowed funds, and economic opportunities forgone. This money could have instead funded education, infrastructure, medical research, or simply remained with taxpayers to spend as they chose. Even though the United States won militarily in the sense of deposing Saddam Hussein and occupying Iraq, the economic cost was staggering, and the return on investment questionable at best. Sun Tzu recognizes that economic capacity ultimately determines military capacity over extended conflicts. The side that exhausts its economy first loses regardless of tactical skill or battlefield victories, because economic collapse makes continued military operations impossible. This insight became central to modern strategic thinking, particularly after industrialization made economic production capacity even more decisive in determining military outcomes. World War I demonstrated this principle at horrific scale. Germany fought brilliantly on tactical and operational levels, inflicting disproportionate casualties on opponents and achieving impressive tactical successes. But Germany faced the combined economic resources of Britain, France, Russia, and eventually the United States. German economic capacity could not sustain the war of attrition that developed on multiple fronts simultaneously. By 1918, Germany's economy was collapsing from British naval blockade, resource depletion, population exhaustion, and the cumulative strain of total war mobilization. Germany surrendered not because their armies were comprehensively defeated in the field, but because their economy could no longer support continued fighting at the necessary scale. Sun Tzu understands that economic warfare through blockades, trade disruption, and resource denial can be as effective as military combat, and often achieves strategic objectives more cheaply than battles. Denying the enemy resources they need prevents them from maintaining military forces without requiring you to destroy those forces through costly combat. The Union blockade of the Confederacy during the American Civil War slowly strangled the Confederate economy over 4 years. Unable to export cotton, the South's primary source of revenue, or import manufactured goods, weapons and supplies they could not produce domestically, the Confederate economy could not sustain its military effort despite winning many battles and demonstrating tactical prowess. The blockade cost the Union less than major land battles would have, while achieving strategic effect, at least as important as battlefield victories, gradually making Confederate military operations unsustainable regardless of tactical outcomes. However, Sun Tzu's economic analysis also has significant limitations and problematic assumptions that become apparent when examining modern strategic contexts. First, he assumes warfare primarily involves one-time costs during campaigns, rather than ongoing investment in military capabilities during peacetime. Modern states maintain large permanent military establishments for deterrence, power projection and security guarantees that prevent wars from occurring rather than fighting wars. American military spending during the Cold War averaged 5 to 6% of GDP annually for over 4 decades, a substantial economic cost measured in trillions of dollars. But this spending arguably prevented World War III through deterrence, making potential adversaries conclude that war with the United States would be too costly to attempt. The economic cost of maintaining military forces, while substantial, may be less than the cost of the wars that would occur without those forces providing deterrence. Sun Tzu's framework, focused on the economics of individual campaigns, does not adequately address this dynamic of deterrence through standing military capacity. Second, Sun Tzu's economic logic assumes that the costs and benefits of warfare accrue primarily to the state making strategic decisions, creating incentives for economically rational choices. But modern warfare often externalizes costs onto civilians, future generations, or the international community who bear consequences without controlling decisions. A government might rationally wage war from its narrow perspective if it captures economic benefits or political advantages while shifting costs onto populations who cannot influence the decision or resist its consequences. Economic rationality from the government's perspective may be economic irrationality from society's broader perspective, especially when accounting for costs borne by civilians, destruction of human capital, and long-term damage to social and economic institutions. Third, Sun Tzu assumes that military victory translates into economic benefit through plunder, tribute, territorial expansion, or resource extraction that compensates for war costs. But modern international norms and economic systems make conquest economically inefficient in ways Sun Tzu could not anticipate. German conquests in World War II imposed enormous occupation costs while producing little economic benefit because occupied populations resisted, infrastructure was damaged, and forced labor proved inefficient compared to voluntary exchange. Germany would have been far wealthier trading peacefully with the territories it conquered than occupying them militarily, expending resources on suppressing resistance that could have been invested productively. Modern economies depend on voluntary cooperation, specialized skills, and complex supply chains that military occupation disrupts more than it exploits. Economist John Mueller argues that developed democracies rarely fight each other because war has become economically irrational when trade produces mutual gains more efficiently than conquest. This suggests Sun Tzu's economic framework, developed for an era when conquest could be economically profitable through plunder and tribute extraction, may not apply to modern economic conditions where wealth comes from productivity and innovation rather than resource extraction. Fourth, Sun Tzu's emphasis on quick, cheap victories can encourage preventive wars that prove far more costly than anticipated. Leaders may calculate that a short victorious war will be economically beneficial, or at least less costly than alternatives, but warfare is notoriously unpredictable, and quick wars often become prolonged stalemates as initial assumptions prove wrong and complications emerge. The American invasion of Iraq in 2003 was expected by many planners to be quick and cheap, perhaps lasting months and costing tens of billions of dollars before Iraqi oil revenue would offset expenses. Instead, major combat operations lasted nearly 9 years, with substantial American military presence continuing beyond that, and total costs reached trillions of dollars, orders of magnitude more than anticipated. Sun Tzu's economic logic encourages attempting cheap victory but provides inadequate warning about the risks of campaigns spiraling out of control when initial plans meet unexpected resistance, or when political objectives prove harder to achieve than military victory. Fifth, focusing purely on economic efficiency ignores moral and political factors that may justify economically costly actions when important values are at stake. Some goals like preventing genocide, defending democracy, upholding international law, or honouring alliance commitments may be worth pursuing even at economic cost that exceeds measurable benefits, because the alternative is accepting moral wrongs or strategic precedents that create worse long-term consequences. Western intervention to stop Serbian genocide in Bosnia during the 1990s cost more economically than the direct economic value of Bosnian territory or population would justify through narrow cost-benefit analysis. But most people would argue the moral imperative to prevent mass murder justified the cost, even if economically inefficient in narrow financial terms, because allowing genocide creates moral precedents and international norms that have consequences extending far beyond the immediate case. Sixth, Sun Tzu's advice to supply armies from enemy territory creates incentives for atrocities against civilian populations. Armies living off the land often devolve into organized looting, rape, and murder, as demonstrated repeatedly throughout history, from Roman legions through Napoleonic armies to modern conflicts. What Sun Tzu describes as economic efficiency translates into systematic brutalization of civilian populations. Modern international humanitarian law prohibits many practices Sun Tzu recommends, including pillage, requisition without payment, and treating civilian resources as military supplies, precisely because they create enormous human suffering. His economic efficiency comes at moral costs we now consider unacceptable regardless of military advantage, reflecting evolved moral standards that prioritize protection of non-combatants over economic optimization of warfare. Despite these critiques and the need for substantial qualification in modern contexts, Sun Tzu's core economic insight remains valid. Strategy must account for costs, not just capabilities, and achieving objectives efficiently matters more than achieving them impressively. The most brilliant tactics that exhaust your resources produce strategic defeat when you cannot sustain operations or defend gains. Competent strategy that achieves objectives within resource constraints produces strategic success, even if individual operations appear less impressive. This principle applies across competitive domains with appropriate translation. Businesses must achieve objectives within budget constraints and cash flow realities, or they fail regardless of how innovative their products or how capable their employees. Political leaders must achieve goals within constraints of political capital and public support, or they lose power regardless of how correct their policies may be in abstract terms. Sports teams must win within salary cap and draft pick constraints in professional leagues, or they cannot sustain success over multiple seasons. Amazon's competitive strategy illustrates Sun Tzu's economic logic applied to modern business competition. Rather than trying to maximize short-term profits like competitors, Amazon consistently operated at low or negative profit margins to gain market share and build infrastructure that would provide long-term competitive advantages. This was economically sustainable because Amazon's market valuation was based on expected future profits rather than current earnings, allowing them to invest heavily while competitors focused on current profitability to satisfy shareholders demanding immediate returns. The economic strategy enabled competitive strategy in business terms analogous to military strategy that competitors could not match without similar access to patient capital willing to forego current returns for future dominance. Amazon understood that economic resources and how you deploy them over time determine competitive outcomes as much as operational excellence or tactical skill in any particular market segment. Modern military doctrine has incorporated Sun Tzu's economic logic through concepts like operational tempo, strategic sustainability, and culminating points where forces exhaust their capacity to continue effective operations. Successful military campaigns maintain a rhythm that accomplishes objectives while preserving force readiness, equipment serviceability, and economic capacity for future operations, rather than achieving single victories at costs that make subsequent operations impossible. The First Gulf War in 1991 exemplified this balance between effectiveness and sustainability. Coalition forces spent months building up overwhelming military superiority before attacking, ensuring quick victory with minimal casualties and cost once operations began. The war lasted 6 weeks of air campaign, followed by 100 hours of ground operations, cost relatively modest amounts compared to coalition economic capacity, and left coalition forces capable of additional operations if needed. This represented economically sustainable strategy, achieving objectives decisively while conserving resources, unlike Vietnam or later Iraq conflicts that drained resources over years while failing to achieve clear strategic objectives. Sun Tzu's economic philosophy ultimately insists that strategy is not an art form pursued for aesthetic satisfaction or a venue for displaying courage and skill, but a practical discipline aimed at achieving political objectives efficiently. The measure of strategic excellence is not the cleverness of your tactics, the difficulty of your accomplishments, or the impressiveness of your victories, but the ratio of benefit achieved to cost incurred. Strategies that win expensively when cheaper alternatives exist represent poor strategy, regardless of battlefield success. This seems obvious when stated explicitly, yet leaders constantly violate this principle by pursuing symbolically important objectives at catastrophic cost, by continuing failed strategies because admitting failure is politically difficult, by seeking glory through dramatic action rather than success through prudent management, or by measuring success through activity and effort rather than through outcomes relative to costs. The bias toward action, the appeal of dramatic gestures, and the difficulty of assessing opportunity costs all create systematic tendencies to undervalue economic efficiency and strategy. Sun Tzu's economic discipline serves as a corrective to these tendencies when properly applied. It forces the fundamental questions: what are you trying to accomplish? What will it cost? Are there cheaper ways to achieve the same objective, and are the benefits worth the costs? These questions rigorously applied throughout planning and execution rather than just initially, prevent enormous amounts of waste, suffering and failure that come from strategies that work tactically but fail economically. The deepest insight may be that economics and strategy are inseparable rather than separate domains, where strategy determines what to do, and economics merely constrains resources available. You cannot make sound strategic decisions without understanding economic constraints and consequences of choices. You cannot make sound economic decisions without understanding strategic competition and conflict dynamics that shape how resources translate into outcomes. Sun Tzu synthesizes these perspectives in ways that remain valuable 25 centuries later, even as specific applications must adapt to changed economic conditions, international norms, and the reality that modern wealth comes from productivity and innovation rather than plunder and conquest. Part 8. Psychological Warfare and Breaking Enemy Will. Sun Tzu understands something profound about conflict that many military theorists miss or underemphasize. The ultimate target is not the enemy's body, but their mind, not their capability to resist, but their will to resist. He argues that the highest form of victory involves breaking the enemy's will to fight, making them conclude that continued resistance is futile even before battles conclusively determine the military outcome. This psychological dimension pervades Sun Tzu's entire philosophy rather than appearing as a separate topic. Deception works by manipulating enemy perception and decision-making. Positioning works by making the enemy believe resistance is hopeless, given the strategic configuration. Speed works by creating confusion and paralysis that prevents effective response. Even the economic arguments ultimately aim at making the enemy calculate that continued resistance costs more than surrender or negotiation. Sun Tzu states that attacking the enemy's strategy means disrupting their plans before they can be executed. Attacking their alliances means isolating them diplomatically before military forces engage, and only after these psychological and political operations fail should you resort to attacking their army or cities. This hierarchy places psychological warfare above military combat in strategic importance, treating battle as the failure of superior strategy rather than its primary instrument. The concept here connects to what military theorists later called the culminating point of victory, the psychological moment when an adversary recognizes that continued resistance will only worsen their situation, making surrender or negotiation rationale despite retaining some capability to fight. Reaching this psychological moment requires not just military capability, but psychological pressure that makes surrender appear rational or even desirable compared to alternatives. The American defeat of Japan in World War II illustrates psychological warfare achieving what purely military operations might not have accomplished as efficiently. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 killed approximately 200,000 people, a horrific toll, but actually fewer than conventional bombing had already killed in Japanese cities through cumulative raids. What made the atomic bombs psychologically decisive was not just the casualties, but their demonstration that America possessed weapons of unprecedented power and could destroy Japanese cities at will with single bombs rather than massive raids involving hundreds of aircraft. The psychological shock of this capability accomplished what conventional military operations, despite greater cumulative destruction, had not. It broke the Japanese military's argument that continued resistance might achieve better surrender terms, or that some miracle might save Japan. Emperor Hirohito's surrender speech explicitly referenced the new and most cruel bomb as justification for accepting defeat, providing political cover for a decision that military necessity had already made inevitable, but that honor and ideology had prevented acknowledging. Sun Tzu would recognize this as exemplary strategy in the sense that achieving political objectives through psychological pressure made further military operations unnecessary, ending the war more quickly and with fewer total casualties than invasion of the home islands would have caused. The psychological impact exceeded the physical destruction by orders of magnitude in determining the outcome. Psychological operations aim to manipulate enemy decision-making by shaping the information and emotions that inform those decisions. This can involve demonstrating overwhelming strength to induce despair about resistance prospects, concealing weaknesses to prevent exploitation, exaggerating threats to create fear that paralyzes action, offering attractive surrender terms to reduce motivation for continued resistance, or creating internal dissension that fragments enemy unity and makes coordinated resistance impossible. The Mongol Empire systematically employed psychological warfare as central to their military strategy. They sent envoys ahead of armies offering cities a stark choice: surrender immediately and be spared with local leaders retained, or resist and face total annihilation with every inhabitant killed and every building destroyed. To make this threat credible rather than empty rhetoric, the Mongols would occasionally obliterate entire cities that resisted, killing every inhabitant through methodical massacre and destroying every structure, then ensuring that word of these atrocities spread widely through survivors deliberately spared to carry the message. This was strategically efficient from a purely military perspective because most subsequent cities surrendered without fighting, minimizing Mongol casualties and campaign duration while maximizing territorial conquest. But it was morally monstrous, dependent on willingness to commit genocide to establish psychological credibility that future threats were genuine. The efficiency came through terror that made resistance appear suicidal rather than merely costly. This reveals the first major problem with Sun Tzu's psychological warfare doctrine. It easily slides into terrorism when taken to logical extremes. If the goal is breaking enemy will rather than defeating enemy forces, the most efficient method may be targeting civilians to create such horror that governments surrender to stop the suffering regardless of military situation. The line between legitimate psychological operations and terrorism becomes difficult to draw in practice, even when clear in principle. Modern international humanitarian law explicitly prohibits such tactics through principles of discrimination, requiring that attacks target combatants and military objectives rather than civilians, and proportionality, requiring that incidental civilian harm not be excessive relative to military advantage gained. Attacking civilians deliberately to create psychological pressure is a war crime regardless of its strategic efficiency. Yet Sun Tzu's framework, focused purely on effectiveness in achieving objectives, provides no moral constraints on psychological operations beyond pragmatic concerns about whether they work. The Allied strategic bombing campaign against Germany in World War II illustrates this tension between strategic efficiency and moral constraints. British and American air forces deliberately targeted German cities from 1942 through 1945, explicitly aiming to break civilian morale and force German surrender through making continued war psychologically unbearable to the population. The bombing killed approximately 600,000 German civilians and destroyed vast areas of German cities, including irreplaceable cultural heritage. Strategically, the campaign failed to break German will as intended. German industrial production actually increased until late 1944, despite the bombing, as factories were dispersed, rebuilt and protected. German civilian morale, while strained by years of bombardment, never collapsed into pressure for surrender that influenced government policy. The Nazi regime maintained control and continued fighting until military defeat was complete and undeniable. So the campaign was both morally questionable, deliberately killing civilians for psychological effect, and strategically ineffective, failing to achieve its primary objective of breaking enemy will while consuming enormous resources that might have been more effective if used differently. This suggests that psychological operations targeting civilians may be both wrong morally and inefficient strategically, contradicting Sun Tzu's implicit assumption that effectiveness justifies methods. The second problem is that psychological warfare requires understanding enemy psychology accurately across cultural boundaries, which proves extraordinarily difficult even with excellent intelligence. What appears psychologically devastating from your cultural perspective may be interpreted entirely differently by enemies with different cultural values, historical experiences, and psychological frameworks. American psychological operations in Vietnam assumed that demonstrating overwhelming military power would convince North Vietnam to negotiate surrender, following Western cost-benefit logic where rational actors yield when costs exceed potential benefits. But Vietnamese culture and history, marked by centuries of resistance to Chinese domination and French colonialism, produced extraordinary resilience to suffering that Americans misinterpreted as irrational stubbornness rather than recognizing as deeply embedded cultural patterns. What Americans intended as demonstrations of power, massive bombing campaigns, and high casualty ratios, Vietnamese interpreted as proof of American moral bankruptcy and imperial aggression, actually strengthening their psychological resolve rather than breaking it. The cultural misunderstanding meant that psychological operations achieved the opposite of their intended effect, prolonging the war rather than shortening it. Cultural psychologist Richard Nisbet documents systematic differences in how Eastern and Western cultures process information and make decisions. Western cultures emphasize individual agency, linear cause-effect reasoning, and analytical thinking that breaks wholes into parts. Eastern cultures emphasize context and relationships, circular patterns of causation, and holistic thinking that sees parts in relation to wholes. Psychological operations designed by one culture may completely misfire when targeting another because they rest on false assumptions about how people think, what they value, and how they make decisions. Third, psychological warfare can backfire by strengthening enemy resolve rather than breaking it when opponents recognize and resent manipulation attempts. When people feel coerced or manipulated, they often react with defiance rather than compliance, a psychological mechanism that asserts autonomy against perceived threats to freedom. Psychologist Jack Brame studied reactance, the psychological mechanism where people resist perceived threats to their freedom of choice and autonomy. When you attempt to psychologically manipulate someone and they recognize the manipulation, they often do the opposite of what you want, simply to reassert their autonomy and demonstrate they cannot be controlled. This creates perverse effects where psychological operations strengthen the very resistance they aim to break. Nazi Germany's strategy of terrorizing Britain through the Blitz from September 1940 through May 1941 exemplifies this backfire effect. German bombing of London and other British cities aimed to break British will to fight, forcing Churchill's government to negotiate peace through making continued war psychologically unbearable to the population. Instead, the attacks unified British determination around narratives of heroic resistance to barbarism and created psychological identification with suffering that made surrender appear as betrayal rather than rational choice. The psychological operation achieved the opposite of its intention, strengthening British resolve rather than breaking it, because the bombing created conditions where continued resistance became a core part of British national identity during the war. Churchill's speeches reframed suffering as meaningful sacrifice in a righteous cause, rather than pointless agony to be escaped through surrender. Fourth, psychological warfare creates long-term costs through erosion of trust and legitimacy, even when it succeeds tactically. Even when psychological operations succeed in achieving immediate objectives, they may create lasting resentment that causes future conflicts or makes post-conflict reconciliation more difficult. The Treaty of Versailles, after World War I, demonstrates this dynamic playing out at strategic scale. Allied powers used psychological and economic pressure to force Germany to accept harsh peace terms, including enormous reparation payments, assignment of sole war guilt, territorial losses, and military restrictions that were deliberately designed to humiliate Germany psychologically beyond what military necessity required. This psychological humiliation created grievances that German nationalists exploited for 2 decades, ultimately contributing to the rise of Nazism and World War II. The short-term psychological victory of imposing harsh terms that demonstrated Allied power and German defeat created long-term catastrophe by making future German resentment inevitable and providing politically powerful narratives about national humiliation requiring reversal. A more generous peace that achieved security objectives without deliberate humiliation might have created more stable long-term outcomes, though we cannot know with certainty. Fifth, focusing on breaking enemy will can cause you to underestimate their resilience and overestimate your psychological leverage, leading to strategies that fail because they rest on false assumptions about how much pressure is required to break enemy resistance. Predicting when psychological breaking points will be reached proves far more difficult than calculating military force ratios. American strategy in Iraq after 2003 assumed that quickly defeating Saddam Hussein's military would break Iraqi resistance, allowing rapid transition to a stable, friendly government. American planners failed to anticipate that destroying the regime would unleash sectarian conflicts, multiple insurgencies with different motivations, and regional power competition that conventional military victory could not resolve. The focus on breaking enemy will blinded American strategists to the possibility that multiple enemies with different wills, different objectives, and different psychological breaking points would emerge from the chaos that military victory created. Despite these serious problems and limitations, psychological operations remain an essential dimension of strategy when conducted within moral and legal constraints that protect non-combatants. Information operations that truthfully communicate your capabilities and resolve can deter aggression without requiring combat. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, American leaders used carefully calibrated communications to signal both determination to remove Soviet missiles and willingness to negotiate face-saving solutions, creating psychological pressure for Soviet withdrawal without backing Khrushchev into a corner where pride required escalation. Strategic communications that undermine enemy justifications for war can accelerate conflict termination by making continued fighting appear pointless to enemy populations even when governments want to continue. Allied psychological operations during World War I emphasized that the war was against the German government rather than the German people, which helped create conditions for German revolution and armistice by giving German citizens psychological permission to oppose their government's war policy without appearing unpatriotic. Demonstrations of capability that make resistance appear futile can prevent wars from starting when potential adversaries conclude that aggression would fail at unacceptable cost. American naval exercises near Taiwan demonstrate to China that invasion would be militarily costly and uncertain, creating psychological deterrence without actual combat by making Chinese leaders doubt whether military operations would succeed even if attempted. Modern understanding of psychology adds sophistication Sun Tzu lacked, allowing more effective and ethical psychological operations. Cognitive science reveals systematic biases in human judgment that strategic communications can leverage or counteract ethically. Availability bias means people overweight vivid, recent information when making judgments about probability and importance. Strategic communications can leverage this ethically by ensuring that accurate information about your capabilities dominates information space through repetition and emotional impact, making opponents overestimate your strength and resolve without requiring deception. Confirmation bias means people accept information supporting existing beliefs more readily than contradictory information requiring belief revision. Effective psychological operations work with rather than against existing beliefs when possible, subtly shifting interpretations rather than demanding complete reversal that triggers psychological resistance. Loss aversion means people fear losses more intensely than they value equivalent gains, a fundamental asymmetry in human psychology. Framing choices in terms of what the enemy will lose through continued fighting can be more psychologically powerful than emphasizing what they might gain through surrender, leveraging this bias ethically without deception. Social identity theory reveals that people's decisions are powerfully shaped by group membership and collective narratives about who we are as a group. Psychological operations that threaten group identity often backfire by strengthening in-group cohesion defensively, while operations that offer face-saving exits, allowing people to maintain dignity while changing course, can succeed by providing psychological permission to yield without betraying identity. The Northern Ireland peace process illustrates psychologically sophisticated conflict termination that allowed armed groups to abandon violence without experiencing psychological defeat. Rather than demanding that paramilitaries admit they were wrong or surrender unconditionally, the Good Friday Agreement created frameworks where all parties could interpret the settlement as consistent with their values and narratives about what they were fighting for. Republicans could view it as progress toward eventual Irish unification, maintaining their long-term objective while accepting current arrangements as an acceptable intermediate step. Unionists could view it as securing Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom permanently with constitutional guarantees. This psychological flexibility, where different sides could interpret the same agreement differently, allowed armed groups to abandon violence without admitting defeat or betraying the causes that justified violence in their narratives. Sun Tzu's core insight remains valid across contexts. Conflict is fundamentally about imposing your will on the adversary, and the most efficient way to do this is by making them conclude that your will should prevail, rather than forcing them through destruction of their capacity to resist. Military force is merely one tool for creating this psychological outcome, and often not the most effective tool when alternatives exist. But Sun Tzu provides insufficient guidance on the ethical constraints that should govern psychological operations, the cultural complexities that make psychological prediction difficult across civilizations, the long-term consequences of psychological manipulation for future relationships, and the distinction between legitimate psychological operations that inform enemy decision-making and illegitimate psychological warfare that terrorizes civilian populations. Modern strategic theory must synthesize Sun Tzu's psychological insights with moral philosophy that prohibits certain methods regardless of effectiveness, with cultural anthropology that reveals how meaning and motivation vary across societies in ways that affect psychological operations, with political science that analyzes how immediate tactical success can create strategic failure when it undermines legitimacy and trust, and with psychology that reveals both how to influence decision-making effectively and how to recognize when psychological resistance makes influence counterproductive. The ultimate lesson may be that psychological warfare is most effective when it does not feel like warfare, when it creates conditions where adversaries choose cooperation because it genuinely serves their interests rather than because they have been manipulated, coerced, or terrorized. This requires genuine understanding of their perspective that goes beyond intelligence about their capabilities to empathy about their concerns, combined with creative solutions that address their legitimate interests while advancing your objectives. Sun Tzu points toward this wisdom when he emphasizes knowing the enemy, but he does not fully develop the implication that truly knowing the enemy means recognizing their legitimate interests and finding ways to accommodate them when possible, rather than simply exploiting their weaknesses. The most sustainable psychological victory is one where the defeated do not feel defeated, but rather conclude that the new arrangement serves them adequately, making future resistance unnecessary rather than merely impossible. Achieving this requires sophistication that goes beyond Sun Tzu's framework while building on his fundamental insight that psychological effects matter as much as physical ones in determining strategic outcomes. Part 9. East meets West. Comparative Strategic Philosophy. Understanding Sun Tzu requires examining how his philosophy differs from and relates to Western strategic thinking, particularly the traditions emerging from Thucydides, Machiavelli, Clausewitz, and modern strategic theorists. These comparisons reveal both the distinctive features of Sun Tzu's approach and the universal dilemmas that all strategic thinkers confront, regardless of their cultural tradition. Karl von Clausewitz represents perhaps the most important Western counterpoint to Sun Tzu, offering a philosophy of war that differs fundamentally in emphasis, assumptions, and conclusions. Writing in early 19th century Prussia after experiencing the Napoleonic Wars, Clausewitz developed strategic theory shaped by fundamentally different historical experiences than those that shaped Sun Tzu. Where Sun Tzu emphasizes avoiding battle when possible through superior strategy that makes combat unnecessary, Clausewitz argues that battle is the essence of war, and that seeking decisive engagement represents strategically sound thinking. Where Sun Tzu focuses on deception and indirection to achieve objectives efficiently, Clausewitz emphasizes concentration of force at the decisive point through direct confrontation. Where Sun Tzu treats war as primarily an intellectual exercise in outwitting opponents through superior strategy, Clausewitz insists on the violent, emotional and unpredictable nature of combat that resists intellectual control. These differences reflect different historical contexts that shaped their thinking. Sun Tzu wrote during China's Warring States period, when conflicts between culturally similar states allowed sophisticated strategic maneuver, long-term deception and psychological warfare, because opponents understood each other's thinking and shared cultural frameworks. Clausewitz wrote after experiencing the Napoleonic Wars, massive total wars where entire nations mobilized for existential struggle and where the scale of violence exceeded anything previous European experience had seen. Clausewitz argues that war is fundamentally an act of force to compel the enemy to do our will, and that no logical limit exists to the application of that force absent external constraints. In his framework, war tends toward what he calls absolute war, where each side escalates violence to overcome the other's resistance in a dynamic that has its own logic independent of political intentions. Only practical limitations like friction, fog of war, and political objectives moderate this tendency toward extremes of violence. This view contradicts Sun Tzu's assumption that intelligent strategy can achieve objectives while limiting violence through superior positioning and psychological manipulation. Clausewitz would argue that Sun Tzu underestimates the autonomous dynamic of violence once unleashed and overestimates commanders' ability to control escalation according to rational plans. Violence has its own logic that resists the kind of intellectual control Sun Tzu assumes is possible. The debate between these perspectives remains unresolved because historical evidence supports both positions in different contexts. Sometimes conflicts do escalate beyond anyone's control or intention, as Clausewitz predicts, and World War I demonstrated when a regional crisis in the Balkans escalated into global catastrophe. Other times, limited wars achieve political objectives without escalating to extremes, as Sun Tzu envisions, and many modern conflicts demonstrate through negotiated settlements before total victory. Perhaps the most important Clausewitzian insight, which Sun Tzu would actually agree with completely, is that war is a continuation of politics by other means. This means military strategy must serve political objectives rather than becoming an end in itself, and purely military success that fails to achieve political goals represents strategic failure, regardless of battlefield brilliance. Sun Tzu would agree with this principle entirely, as his emphasis on winning without fighting and achieving objectives efficiently demonstrates concern for political outcomes rather than military glory. Where they differ is in how achievable they believe bloodless political victories are, and how controllable they think violence becomes once it starts, not in the fundamental principle that military operations make sense only in service of political purposes. Niccolò Machiavelli provides another important Western comparison, offering insights about power, statecraft, and the relationship between ethics and effectiveness in ways that resonate with Sun Tzu while also diverging in important respects. Writing in Renaissance Italy, during wars between competing city-states, Machiavelli analyzed power politics with realism that parallels Sun Tzu's approach. Both thinkers embrace hard realism about human nature and power competition without illusions. Both prioritize effectiveness over conventional morality when the two conflict, arguing that successful statecraft requires actions that private morality would condemn. Both recognize the importance of appearance and reputation alongside actual capabilities, understanding that how others perceive you shapes what you can accomplish. Both emphasize the need for leaders to adapt to circumstances rather than rigidly following abstract principles regardless of context. But important differences exist that reveal how cultural context shapes strategic thinking. Machiavelli writes explicitly about when to keep faith and when to break it, when to be cruel and when to be merciful, treating these as conscious moral choices leaders must make based on consequences rather than rules. Sun Tzu remains more implicit about ethical questions, focusing on technique and effectiveness rather than confronting moral dilemmas directly with frameworks for resolving them. Machiavelli's analysis explores how different political systems require different strategic approaches, distinguishing between principalities and republics in ways that show how domestic politics shapes what strategies can work. Sun Tzu assumes a more uniform political context of autocratic states led by sovereigns with essentially unconstrained power over their domains, never addressing how democracy or republicanism might change strategic possibilities and constraints. Machiavelli emphasizes fortune and contingency in ways Sun Tzu does not, arguing that fortune determines roughly half of human affairs, while virtue determines the other half. While Sun Tzu acknowledges uncertainty, he maintains greater confidence that wisdom and preparation can control outcomes through understanding circumstances. Machiavelli is more pessimistic, arguing that even virtuous princes may fail through bad luck beyond their control, making fortune as important as skill in determining success. Ancient Greek historian Thucydides, in his History of the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, offers another revealing comparison through his analysis of how two powerful states slid into catastrophic conflict despite initially seeking limited objectives. Thucydides analyzes how Athens and Sparta, despite neither wanting total war initially, became trapped in a devastating 30-year conflict that destroyed both powers and transformed the Greek world. The Melian dialogue, where Athens massacres the neutral island of Melos for refusing to submit to Athenian demands, illustrates the logic of power unrestrained by morality. Athenian envoys argue that the strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must, a principle Sun Tzu might endorse functionally, though he would not state it so bluntly because it admits what should remain implicit. But Thucydides shows how this logic produces tragedy for everyone involved. Athens's increasingly harsh imperialism created enemies, undermined moderate voices within Athens who counselled restraint, and led to overextension in the disastrous Sicilian expedition that destroyed Athenian power. Sparta's victory left it exhausted, and soon replaced by Theban power in another round of destructive conflict. Even when states follow strategically logical decisions at each step, the cumulative effect can be catastrophic for all participants. Thucydides demonstrates that even when opponents practice rational strategy, the interaction of rational strategies can produce outcomes nobody wanted and everyone loses from, suggesting limits to strategic rationality that Sun Tzu does not adequately acknowledge. Strategy that appears optimal from each side's perspective can still produce mutually destructive outcomes through dynamics neither side controls. Modern Western strategic theory, emerging from world wars and nuclear weapons, introduces concepts Sun Tzu never contemplated that change strategic logic fundamentally. Bernard Brodie, Thomas Schelling, and other nuclear strategists recognize that when weapons can destroy civilization, preventing war becomes more important than winning wars, because winning may be impossible in meaningful terms. Deterrence theory, mutual assured destruction, and arms control represent strategic logics alien to Sun Tzu's framework, where the goal is not achieving objectives efficiently, but preventing catastrophic outcomes through threats that must never be executed. Nuclear strategy involves maintaining capabilities you hope never to use, making threats you hope never to test, and accepting permanent vulnerability that cannot be eliminated through superior strategy. Thomas Schelling's work on commitment and credibility reveals dynamics Sun Tzu underemphasizes about how limiting your own flexibility can provide strategic advantage. Sometimes strategic advantage comes not from flexibility that Sun Tzu prizes, but from credibly committing to inflexible responses that make threats believable, because the other side knows you cannot back down without unacceptable costs. If an opponent believes you might launch nuclear retaliation, even when doing so serves no rational purpose because you have committed yourself publicly and irrevocably, they dare not attack despite your action being irrational if it occurred. This logic of credible irrationality contradicts Sun Tzu's assumption that appearing rational and controlled is always advantageous, showing contexts where appearing irrational provides deterrent value. Herman Kahn's analysis of escalation ladders reveals complexity in moving between peace and war that Sun Tzu's binary framework does not capture adequately. Modern conflicts involve gradual escalations with off-ramps at various levels, and strategic skill involves managing these transitions rather than simply choosing between peace and war as distinct states. Understanding escalation dynamics requires frameworks more sophisticated than Sun Tzu provides. John Boyd's OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act, formalizes Sun Tzu's intuitions about speed and adaptation, but adds important analytical detail that makes the concepts more precise and actionable. Boyd emphasizes that getting inside the enemy's decision cycle creates compound advantages because they are always reacting to outdated information while you act on current information. Boyd also recognizes that the orient phase, how you make sense of observations through mental models and cultural frameworks, often determines decision quality more than the observations themselves. This suggests that strategic thinking requires not just gathering information, but examining the frameworks through which you interpret that information, introducing reflexivity about your own thinking that Sun Tzu implies but does not develop explicitly. Western just war theory, influenced by Christian theology and Enlightenment philosophy, introduces moral constraints Sun Tzu largely ignores about what methods are permissible regardless of effectiveness. The principles of just cause, right intention, proportionality, discrimination between combatants and non-combatants, and last resort impose limitations on permissible warfare that reflect assumptions about moral status of even enemies. These principles reflect the view that even enemies possess moral status deserving respect as humans created in God's image or possessing natural rights, and that victory at any cost violates fundamental human dignity regardless of strategic necessity. Sun Tzu's framework, emerging from different philosophical traditions, lacks these explicit moral constraints, even though Confucian and Taoist traditions have their own moral frameworks that may constrain violence differently. However, we should not assume Western strategic thought is morally superior to Chinese thought simply because it articulates moral constraints more explicitly. The historical record shows Western powers frequently violating their own just war principles while invoking them selectively to criticize opponents, suggesting the gap between theory and practice is large. Moreover, Confucian and Taoist traditions that influence Sun Tzu contain their own moral frameworks, emphasizing harmony, reciprocity, and the proper ordering of relationships that constrain violence through different mechanisms than Western natural law theory. Strategic theorist Edward Luttwak introduces the concept of paradoxical logic in strategy, that in competitive situations the direct path often fails, while the indirect succeeds because opponents anticipate and counter direct approaches. This formalizes Sun Tzu's intuitions about deception and surprise, but develops them more systematically through exploring how strategic logic inverts normal logic. Luttwak argues that concentrating forces makes you predictable and vulnerable to enemy concentration at the same point, while dispersing forces makes you vulnerable to defeat in detail, so effective strategy involves dynamic alternation between concentration and dispersion that keeps opponents guessing rather than following static principles. This suggests that no static strategic principle works reliably because opponents adapt, making previously effective strategies ineffective through their very success. Creating expectations opponents can exploit. Sun Tzu recognizes this through his emphasis on adaptation and having no fixed form like water. But Luttwak develops the implications more fully by showing how strategic paradox operates across multiple levels simultaneously. What works at one level may fail at another, and what works at one time will fail later as opponents adjust, creating permanent instability in strategic principles that Sun Tzu acknowledges but does not fully theorize. Modern irregular warfare theory addresses asymmetric conflicts that Sun Tzu mentions, but does not extensively analyze about how weaker parties can prevail against conventionally superior opponents through different strategic logics. Insurgencies, terrorism, and guerrilla warfare involve dynamics where the relationship between military force and political outcomes differs from conventional warfare in ways that require different strategic frameworks. David Kilcullen's analysis of counterinsurgency reveals that success depends on political legitimacy and population support more than military operations, extending Sun Tzu's emphasis on psychological warfare, but situating it within modern understanding of governance, legitimacy, and how populations decide which side to support in civil conflicts. Military operations matter primarily for their political effects rather than their military effects directly, a degree of indirection beyond what Sun Tzu typically considers. Perhaps the most important difference between Sun Tzu and Western strategic thought concerns the role of culture and context in shaping strategy. Western strategic theory often seeks universal principles applicable across cultures and circumstances, laws of strategy that work regardless of who applies them or against whom. Chinese strategic thought, including Sun Tzu, tends to emphasize contextual wisdom and adaptation to specific circumstances, treating strategy as situational art rather than universal science. Neither approach is inherently superior in all contexts. Universal principles provide analytical clarity and enable prediction, but may miss crucial contextual factors that determine whether principles apply in specific cases. Contextual wisdom captures nuance and adapts to circumstances, but may fail to identify generalizable patterns that enable learning across situations, reinventing solutions to similar problems instead of applying accumulated knowledge. The synthesis might involve recognizing certain universal features of strategic competition, like the importance of information, the role of psychology, the reality of economic constraints, while acknowledging that how these features manifest and which principles apply vary by cultural and historical context in ways that require judgment rather than mechanical application of rules. Sun Tzu and Clausewitz, Machiavelli and Thucydides, Boyd and Schelling all grapple with overlapping problems. How to think clearly about competition involving intelligent opponents who adapt to your strategies, how to make sound decisions despite uncertainty and incomplete information, how to balance long-term objectives with immediate pressures, and how to integrate moral constraints with effectiveness imperatives without sacrificing either entirely. Different historical contexts and cultural traditions produce different emphases and conclusions, but the underlying dilemmas remain constant across time and place. Reading Sun Tzu alongside Western strategists reveals both the culturally specific aspects of strategic thought that reflect particular historical experiences and philosophical traditions, and the universal challenges all strategists face regardless of their tradition, because competition, violence, and politics involve human constants that transcend cultural differences. The wise modern strategist does not choose between Sun Tzu and Clausewitz, between Eastern and Western approaches, but learns from both traditions while recognizing that different situations may call for different strategic logics. Sometimes Sun Tzu's emphasis on avoiding battle through superior positioning proves appropriate when costs can be minimized. Sometimes Clausewitz's recognition that decisive battle may be necessary despite high costs proves correct when political objectives cannot be achieved through maneuver alone. Intellectual flexibility matters more than doctrinal purity in strategic thinking. The strategist who rigidly applies one framework, regardless of circumstances, will fail in contexts where that framework doesn't fit. The strategist who draws from multiple traditions and adapts frameworks to circumstances while maintaining coherent strategic logic will succeed more consistently across varying challenges. This synthesis requires understanding not just what Sun Tzu or Clausewitz said, but why they said it, what contexts shaped their thinking, and how to adapt their insights to circumstances they never imagined. Part 10. When Sun Tzu Fails. Complete Limitations. Analysis. Having examined Sun Tzu's principles sympathetically and explored their insights, we must now systematically address where his philosophy fails, misleads, or proves inadequate when tested against historical reality. No strategic framework, however brilliant, applies universally to all situations, and uncritical application of Sun Tzu's principles has led to significant failures throughout history that reveal fundamental limitations. The first major limitation is Sun Tzu's assumption of rational actors responding to cost-benefit calculations. His entire framework presumes that opponents will recognize when continued resistance is futile and will surrender or negotiate to avoid additional costs once victory becomes impossible. But humans and human organizations often behave in ways that appear irrational from a narrow cost-benefit perspective. fighting on despite hopeless odds for reasons that economic calculation cannot explain. People fight for honor that has no material value, for revenge that brings no practical benefit, for ideology that promises future redemption, for religious conviction that transcends earthly calculations, or simply because surrender feels psychologically impossible, even when objectively preferable to continued suffering. Nations continue wars long past the point when defeat becomes inevitable, because admitting defeat is politically unacceptable for leaders who face domestic consequences. Groups fight to the death rather than surrender because their identity depends on resistance regardless of practical outcomes. The Jewish zealots at Masada in the year 73 chose mass suicide over Roman capture after 3 years of siege, preferring death to slavery despite surrender offering survival. Japanese soldiers in World War II continued fighting on isolated Pacific islands years after Japan surrendered because their code of honor prohibited surrender under any circumstances, preferring death to the shame of capture. Iraqi insurgents continued fighting American occupation despite overwhelming military disadvantage because ideology defined resistance as sacred duty, transcending practical considerations about success or failure. Sun Tzu's framework provides no tools for dealing with opponents whose decisions are shaped by factors other than rational cost-benefit calculation about achieving political objectives efficiently. His emphasis on making resistance appear futile assumes opponents care primarily about practical outcomes rather than honor, identity, or transcendent values. When opponents care more about how they fight than whether they win, Sun Tzu's entire strategic logic breaks down. The second major limitation is Sun Tzu's inadequate treatment of defensive warfare, when you are the weaker party trying to survive against a stronger opponent who does not offer acceptable peace terms. His philosophy focuses overwhelmingly on how to attack effectively, how to position advantageously, and how to achieve objectives efficiently when you possess strategic initiative. But what if you are the defender, trying to survive against a stronger opponent bent on your destruction, who offers only unconditional surrender as peace terms? Sun Tzu says the defensive is the weaker form of warfare, and that competent generals seek offensive advantage whenever possible. But this advice serves attackers better than defenders who may have no choice but to defend because they lack the capability to seize initiative. Sometimes the strategic situation requires prolonged defensive operations, and Sun Tzu offers limited guidance for how to conduct defensive campaigns that have no clear path to offensive victory. The Soviet defense against Nazi Germany from 1941 to 1943 contradicts Sun Tzu's principles in virtually every way, yet succeeded brilliantly in achieving strategic objectives. The Soviets suffered catastrophic losses with entire armies encircled and destroyed. Millions of soldiers killed or captured in the opening months of Operation Barbarossa. They traded space for time, retreating hundreds of kilometers while sustaining their forces rather than fighting for every inch of ground. They fought brutal attritional battles that Sun Tzu would consider strategically incompetent waste of resources. They endured a siege at Leningrad that lasted nearly 900 days and killed over 1 million people through starvation and bombardment. By Sun Tzu's standards, this represents strategic disaster and military incompetence. Yet the Soviet Union survived when Germany expected quick collapse eventually counterattacked at Stalingrad and Kursk, and ultimately defeated Germany through exactly the kind of prolonged attritional warfare Sun Tzu counsels against. The defensive strategy of absorbing losses while exhausting the attacker through depth, harsh weather, and willingness to accept casualties proved effective, despite violating Sun Tzu's principles about avoiding prolonged warfare and minimizing costs. This suggests Sun Tzu's framework applies better to aggressors with strategic choice about whether and how to fight than to defenders with existential stakes who must resist regardless of costs, because defeat means destruction. When survival is at stake, rather than achieving limited objectives, the economic logic that underpins Sun Tzu's philosophy becomes less relevant because no cost is too high to avoid annihilation. The third limitation is Sun Tzu's individualistic focus on the commander's skill as the primary determinant of success or failure. He attributes outcomes primarily to the general's wisdom, with supporting roles for political leadership and soldier morale, but treating these as secondary to the general's capabilities. But modern conflict depends increasingly on institutional capabilities, technological advantages, and systemic factors that individual commanders cannot control, regardless of their personal qualities. American success in World War II depended less on brilliant generals than on industrial capacity that produced overwhelming material superiority across all categories of equipment. The United States built approximately 300,000 aircraft during the war, Germany built approximately 120,000, and Japan built approximately 75,000. American factories outproduced the entire Axis, combined by factors of 2 or 3 to 1, creating quantitative advantage that made tactical brilliance largely irrelevant to the outcome. Individual American generals made mistakes and showed varying levels of competence, but this mattered less than the fact that America could replace losses faster than enemies could inflict them, could outproduce enemies in every category of equipment, and could leverage this material superiority through competent, if not brilliant, operational planning. Sun Tzu's framework, focused on the commander's decisions and personal qualities, underestimates these structural factors that determine outcomes regardless of individual skill. Sometimes victory depends more on GDP, industrial capacity, technological innovation, resource access, and population size than on strategic wisdom or tactical skill. The general commanding the side with twice the industrial capacity and 3 times the population need not be particularly brilliant to win through competent application of superior resources, while the general commanding the weaker side may lose despite brilliance because material inferiority cannot be overcome through strategy alone. The fourth limitation is Sun Tzu's minimal treatment of alliances and coalitions as force multipliers that often determine strategic outcomes more decisively than individual state capabilities. He mentions attacking enemy alliances to isolate them diplomatically, but says little about building and maintaining your own alliances as sources of strength. Gap. Yet alliance management often determines strategic outcomes more than battlefield performance, because combined capabilities of allies can exceed any single state's resources. World War II's outcome depended critically on the Allied coalition between the Soviet Union, United States, and Britain remaining united despite enormous tensions and conflicting interests. Winston Churchill, Franklin Roosevelt, and Joseph Stalin managed these tensions through continuous diplomacy, strategic compromise, and coordination that kept the alliance functioning despite fundamental disagreements about war aims and post-war order. The Axis powers, meanwhile, failed to coordinate effectively, with Germany and Japan pursuing separate strategies with minimal cooperation despite theoretically being allies. Sun Tzu's emphasis on deception and self-interest provides poor guidance for alliance management, which requires transparency, trust-building, and sometimes sacrificing narrow self-interest for collective benefit that serves long-term interests better. His framework cannot explain how coalitions succeed in achieving what no member could achieve alone, or why they fail when members pursue individual advantage at collective expense, because he treats strategy as primarily bilateral between two opponents rather than multilateral among multiple actors. The fifth limitation is Sun Tzu's inadequate treatment of technology and innovation as sources of discontinuous advantage that can overturn established strategic principles. He mentions weapons and equipment, but treats them as relatively static factors in conflict. Modern warfare is profoundly shaped by technological change that creates discontinuous advantages, making previous tactics obsolete and enabling entirely new forms of warfare Sun Tzu never imagined. Nuclear weapons fundamentally altered strategic logic in ways Sun Tzu's framework cannot accommodate adequately. When both sides possess weapons that can destroy civilization, the goal shifts from achieving objectives efficiently to avoiding mutual annihilation, changing the nature of strategy fundamentally. Deterrence through credible threat of retaliation replaces Sun Tzu's emphasis on achieving objectives at minimum cost. The entire framework of rational cost-benefit calculation breaks down when potential costs include human extinction. Similarly, cyber warfare, artificial intelligence, autonomous weapons, biotechnology, and space-based capabilities create strategic dynamics that Sun Tzu never contemplated, and his principles may not address adequately without substantial adaptation. Technology changes what is possible, what strategies can work, and what vulnerabilities exist in ways that require constantly updating strategic thinking rather than applying timeless principles. The sixth limitation is Sun Tzu's neglect of moral and legal constraints that limit permissible actions regardless of military utility. His framework is purely consequentialist, judging actions by effectiveness in achieving objectives rather than by adherence to ethical principles about how conflicts should be conducted. Modern warfare operates within legal frameworks established by Geneva Conventions, laws of armed conflict, and international humanitarian law that prohibit certain actions regardless of military advantage they might provide. Using chemical weapons might be tactically effective, but is legally prohibited by international treaty and morally reprehensible regardless of military situation. Deliberately targeting civilians might create psychological pressure, but constitutes a war crime regardless of strategic objectives. Taking hostages might provide leverage, but violates fundamental human rights regardless of military necessity. Sun Tzu provides no framework for incorporating these moral constraints into strategic thinking beyond pragmatic concerns about whether violations damage your reputation or create long-term problems. His philosophy implicitly assumes that effectiveness justifies methods, which modern ethical thinking rejects in favor of maintaining moral constraints even when they impose costs or reduce military efficiency. The seventh limitation is the paradox of universal adoption, making Sun Tzu's principles less effective as they become widely known. His strategies work best when you apply them, but your opponent does not, creating asymmetries you can exploit. If both sides practice deception, invest heavily in intelligence, seek positional advantage, and prioritize psychological operations, the advantages largely cancel out, and you are left with the underlying balance of capabilities determining outcomes. Game theorists call this a relative versus absolute advantage problem. When everyone adopts the same strategy, it provides no relative advantage, even if it makes everyone absolutely more capable or efficient. Sun Tzu does not address this dynamic or explain how strategy should adapt when opponents have also read Sun Tzu and apply the same principles, potentially leading to escalating complexity, where both sides try to outdeceive each other in ways that waste resources without creating advantage. The eighth limitation is Sun Tzu's treatment of uncertainty as something that can be overcome through superior intelligence and preparation. While he emphasizes gathering information and adapting to circumstances, he underestimates the fundamental irreducibility of uncertainty in complex competitive situations involving multiple interacting variables. Chaos theory and complexity science reveal that in systems with many interacting components, long-term prediction becomes impossible regardless of information quality, because small initial differences cascade into large outcome differences through non-linear dynamics. Precise planning becomes futile beyond short time frames in genuinely complex environments because the system is inherently unpredictable rather than merely unknown. Military theorist Karl von Clausewitz better captures this irreducible uncertainty through his concepts of friction and fog of war, the countless minor problems and pervasive uncertainty that make war fundamentally unpredictable regardless of planning quality. Sun Tzu's confidence in intelligence and careful preparation may be dangerously optimistic in genuinely chaotic environments where even perfect information about current conditions cannot predict future states because the system is non-linear. The ninth limitation is Sun Tzu's static treatment of interests and objectives as fixed goals that remain constant throughout conflicts. He assumes you know what you're trying to achieve and that this objective remains stable, allowing strategy to focus on how to achieve predetermined ends efficiently. But in reality, political objectives often shift during conflicts as circumstances change, new information emerges, domestic politics evolve, and new possibilities that were not originally envisioned become apparent. American objectives in Vietnam shifted repeatedly and incoherently, from containing communism through supporting a friendly government, to building a stable South Vietnamese state that could defend itself, to achieving peace with honor that avoided appearance of defeat, to simply withdrawing American forces without complete collapse. Sun Tzu's framework provides no guidance for how strategy should adapt when the political objectives themselves change, or when achieving original objectives proves impossible, requiring redefinition of success. The 10th limitation is Sun Tzu's inadequate treatment of post-conflict transitions, state-building, occupation, and reconstruction. His philosophy ends with victory, but modern conflicts often continue through insurgencies, sectarian violence, governance challenges, and economic reconstruction that his framework does not address. Winning the war militarily may be easier than winning the peace politically. American military success in Iraq in 2003, deposing Saddam Hussein's regime in 3 weeks, marked the beginning rather than the end of strategic challenges. Occupying Iraq, preventing civil war, building functional government institutions, reconstructing infrastructure, and eventually withdrawing without leaving chaos behind proved far more difficult than the initial military campaign. Sun Tzu's focus on achieving military victory provides little guidance for these post-conflict challenges that often determine whether military success translates into strategic success. The 11th limitation is cultural specificity masked as universal wisdom. Sun Tzu's principles emerge from ancient Chinese political culture, Confucian ethical frameworks, Taoist philosophical assumptions, and historical experiences unique to warring states China. Some principles may not translate well to cultures with radically different values, institutions, and historical experiences without substantial adaptation. Chinese strategic culture emphasizes patience, indirection, long-term positioning, and avoiding direct confrontation when possible. Western strategic culture often emphasizes decisive battle, direct confrontation, and clear resolution through forcing crisis, rather than managing it indefinitely. Neither approach is inherently superior universally. They reflect different cultural values and historical experiences about what success means and how to achieve it. Applying Sun Tzu without recognizing these cultural roots risks importing assumptions that do not fit your context, like assuming Chinese cultural attitudes toward time, hierarchy, and face-saving operate in Western contexts where different cultural logics apply. Successful adaptation requires understanding not just what Sun Tzu said, but why those principles made sense in his cultural context, and how to translate them appropriately rather than copying them literally. The 12th limitation is Sun Tzu's framework, struggling with genuinely novel situations that have no historical precedent to learn from. His wisdom derives from generalizing patterns observed across many conflicts, identifying principles that worked repeatedly in different circumstances. But what happens when you face situations unlike any historical precedent where past patterns may not apply? Climate change as a security threat, artificial general intelligence potentially exceeding human capabilities, global pandemics spreading at unprecedented speed, and potential contact with extraterrestrial intelligence represent challenges with no historical analogues, where lessons from ancient warfare may have limited relevance. Sun Tzu's method of learning from past examples provides limited guidance for genuinely unprecedented situations where the past may be poor guide to the future. Finally, there is the problem of selective reading and motivated interpretation, enabling people to claim Sun Tzu supports whatever they wanted to do anyway. The text is short, aphoristic, and often ambiguous in ways that allow multiple interpretations. This flexibility means people can interpret it as supporting whatever strategy they already favor, using Sun Tzu's authority to justify decisions rather than genuinely learning from his wisdom. Business executives use Sun Tzu to justify both aggressive competition and cooperative partnership depending on which serves their predetermined preferences. Military commanders use Sun Tzu to justify both offensive operations and defensive positioning depending on what they wanted to do before reading him. Politicians use Sun Tzu to justify both confrontation and compromise, depending on their political needs. When a text can be interpreted to support contradictory positions, it may provide more justification for decisions already made than genuine guidance for making decisions. This is not Sun Tzu's fault, but rather a limitation of how his work gets used in practice, where people cherry-pick quotes supporting their positions while ignoring principles that would counsel different approaches. These limitations do not invalidate Sun Tzu's contributions or render his work useless for modern strategists. His insights about the importance of intelligence, the power of deception, the value of positioning, the role of timing, the significance of leadership qualities, and the necessity of economic thinking remain valuable when properly understood and appropriately qualified. But they must be applied critically with awareness of where Sun Tzu's principles apply and where they do not, adapted to circumstances rather than followed literally, and integrated with other frameworks that address areas where his philosophy is weak or silent. Treating Sun Tzu as universal wisdom, applicable in all situations, leads to failures as significant as the successes his principles can enable when appropriately applied. The wise strategist reads Sun Tzu not as scripture providing definitive answers, but as one voice in a larger conversation about how to think strategically under competitive pressure. His principles should be tested against circumstances, modified when they do not fit, and supplemented with insights from other traditions, both Eastern and Western, when necessary to address challenges he did not contemplate. Perhaps the deepest limitation is one Sun Tzu himself might recognize, that there are no universal principles that work in all situations without exception. Effective strategy requires judgment about which principles apply in your specific circumstances, and judgment cannot be reduced to rules or formulas. Sun Tzu offers frameworks for thinking about strategy, not formulas for guaranteed success, and the distinction between frameworks and formulas matters enormously. Mistaking his frameworks for formulas leads to rigid application where flexible adaptation would serve better, to following principles past the point where circumstances make them inappropriate, and to failures that come from treating contingent wisdom as absolute truth. Closing. Synthesis and practical wisdom. We have journeyed through 25 centuries of strategic thought, examining Sun Tzu's core principles, testing them against historical evidence, comparing them to Western strategic traditions, and identifying both their profound insights and significant limitations. What synthesis can we draw that honors the complexity we have explored while providing practical guidance for thinking strategically in our own contexts? Sun Tzu's enduring contribution is not any specific tactic or technique, most of which have been superseded by technological and social change, but rather a way of thinking about competition, conflict, and the pursuit of objectives against intelligent opposition. He teaches us to ask the right questions, even when his answers may not apply to our circumstances. The first question is always, what are you actually trying to achieve? This seems obvious, yet organizations constantly lose sight of objectives in the pursuit of means that become ends themselves. Militaries fight battles for prestige that do not serve strategic objectives. Businesses pursue market share that destroys profitability. Politicians win arguments while losing public support. Sun Tzu's relentless focus on objectives rather than process provides essential discipline. The second question follows: what is the most efficient path to that objective? Efficiency means achieving goals at minimum cost in lives, resources, time, and political capital, not achieving them gloriously or impressively. This economic discipline prevents enormous waste when honestly applied, though it requires resisting psychological biases toward action, visible effort, and dramatic gestures that feel like progress even when they waste resources. The third question: how do circumstances shape what is possible? Context determines what strategies can work, making universal templates dangerous. Understanding your specific terrain, your opponent's psychology, the economic constraints, the political dynamics, and the technological environment allows choosing strategies with realistic chances of success rather than attempting approaches doomed by circumstances you fail to understand. The fourth question, what do you actually know versus what do you assume? Distinguishing knowledge from assumption, signal from noise, and verified information from comfortable belief prevents catastrophic failures from decisions based on false premises. This requires intellectual humility about the limits of understanding and systems that surface uncomfortable truths rather than reinforcing preferred narratives. The fifth question, how will intelligent opponents respond to your actions? Strategy is interactive rather than mechanical, meaning you cannot simply execute plans because opponents adapt to your moves. Thinking through how others will respond, how their responses change your situation, and how you will adapt to their adaptations makes strategy robust rather than brittle. These questions, more than any specific answers, constitute Sun Tzu's gift across centuries. They force clarity about objectives, realism about circumstances, honesty about knowledge, and dynamic thinking about interactions that prevent the common errors of mistaking activity for progress, rigidly following plans when circumstances change, and assuming opponents will cooperate with your strategy by acting as you expect. But Sun Tzu must be supplemented with what he neglects or underemphasizes. Western strategic thought contributes important insights about the autonomous dynamics of violence once unleashed, the irreducible role of friction and chance, the importance of moral constraints that preserve civilization, the challenges of democratic civil-military relations, and the difficulties of building coalitions that Sun Tzu does not adequately address. Modern strategic theory adds understanding of nuclear deterrence, information warfare, complexity and chaos in non-linear systems, technological discontinuities and systemic factors beyond individual control that Sun Tzu could not have imagined. Effective modern strategy requires synthesizing insights from multiple traditions rather than exclusively following any single framework. The practical wisdom for our time might look like this. Begin with Sun Tzu's discipline about objectives, costs and context, but recognize that sometimes decisive action, despite high costs, is necessary when clever maneuver is impossible. Value. Sun Tzu's emphasis on intelligence and knowing yourself and your enemy, but accept that perfect knowledge is impossible and that you must make sound decisions despite uncertainty. Appreciate Sun Tzu's insights about deception and psychological warfare, but maintain moral constraints that protect non-combatants and preserve possibility of future cooperation. Learn from Sun Tzu's principles about timing and adaptation, but build robust capabilities that perform adequately across many scenarios rather than optimizing for specific predictions that may prove wrong. Respect Sun Tzu's focus on positioning and creating favorable circumstances, but recognize that technology and innovation can overcome positional disadvantages in ways he did not anticipate. Value his leadership philosophy about wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage, and strictness, but build institutional systems that produce competent leadership at scale rather than depending on rare exceptional individuals. In military affairs, Sun Tzu remains relevant for operational and tactical thinking about how to fight intelligently when combat becomes necessary, but must be integrated with Clausewitzian understanding of war's nature, modern joint operations, coalition warfare, and legal frameworks that constrain permissible actions. The general who knows only Sun Tzu will fail in modern warfare as surely as the general who ignores him completely. In business competition, Sun Tzu's principles about understanding competitors, positioning strategically, and timing actions carefully provide valuable frameworks when translated appropriately. But business is not war, despite military metaphors, and strategies that work for military competition may fail in business where creating value matters more than capturing it from others, where cooperation often serves better than confrontation, and where long-term relationships depend on trust that systematic deception destroys. In political competition, Sun Tzu's insights about understanding your environment, building support, and choosing battles carefully apply when properly adapted. But democracy requires transparency and accountability that conflict with Sun Tzu's emphasis on deception, and democratic values about respecting opponents as fellow citizens with legitimate interests differ from viewing them as enemies to be defeated at any cost. In personal development, Sun Tzu's emphasis on self-knowledge, careful preparation, and choosing where to compete has value when not taken to extremes. But viewing all relationships strategically or all interactions competitively produces pathological thinking that prevents genuine human connection and undermines well-being that strategy exists to serve. The deeper synthesis is recognizing that strategy operates at the intersection of multiple tensions that cannot be permanently resolved but must be continuously balanced. Efficiency versus effectiveness, where the cheapest approach may not actually work. Knowledge versus action, where gathering information must be balanced against moving before opportunities disappear. Flexibility versus commitment, where adaptation must be balanced against maintaining strategic coherence. Short-term versus long-term, where immediate gains must be weighed against future consequences. Sun Tzu leans toward efficiency, knowledge, flexibility, and long-term thinking in these tensions. Western strategic thought often leans toward effectiveness, action, commitment, and accepting short-term costs for decisive results. Neither bias is universally correct, and wisdom lies in recognizing which emphasis serves better in your specific circumstances rather than rigidly following either approach, regardless of context. The ultimate test of strategic thinking is not whether you can quote Sun Tzu or Clausewitz, not whether you follow Eastern or Western approaches, not whether you apply the latest frameworks or oldest wisdom. The test is whether you achieve objectives that matter at costs you can sustain while maintaining values you care about. This requires thinking clearly about what you are trying to do, understanding the circumstances you face, making sound decisions despite uncertainty, adapting as circumstances change, and learning from both successes and failures. Sun Tzu provides tools for this thinking, not answers to specific questions, frameworks for analysis rather than formulas for success, questions that force clarity rather than solutions that guarantee victory. Used this way, critically and contextually, his wisdom remains as relevant in the 21st century as it was in ancient China. Used dogmatically or literally, treating his principles as universal truths rather than contextual insights, his wisdom becomes dangerous because it gives false confidence in approaches that may not fit circumstances. 25 centuries of strategic thought, from Sun Tzu through Clausewitz to modern theorists, teaches one consistent lesson: that strategy is ultimately about judgment under uncertainty, about choosing wisely when no choice is clearly correct, about balancing competing imperatives that cannot all be satisfied simultaneously. This judgment cannot be reduced to rules or taught through formulas. It develops through experience, reflection, study of history, and willingness to learn from failures as well as successes. Sun Tzu's Art of War remains one of humanity's most valuable texts for developing this judgment, not because it provides definitive answers, but because it asks the right questions, not because its principles are universally applicable, but because they force thinking about dimensions of strategy that are easy to overlook. Not because it is scripture to be followed literally, but because it is wisdom to be understood, tested, adapted, and integrated with other knowledge into strategic thinking, appropriate for your circumstances. The path forward is neither blind faith in ancient wisdom nor arrogant dismissal of it, but rather critical engagement that takes seriously both what Sun Tzu teaches and what he does not address, both where his principles apply and where they fail, both his profound insights and his significant limitations. This balanced approach, extracting valuable lessons while recognizing boundaries of applicability, represents the mature, strategic thinking that Sun Tzu himself would recognize as wisdom, rather than the naive application or wholesale rejection that both misunderstand his contribution. In the end, strategy is not about knowing the right answers, but about asking the right questions and thinking clearly about how to pursue objectives that matter under competitive pressure with uncertain information and limited resources. Sun Tzu, properly understood and appropriately qualified, remains an invaluable guide for this thinking across 25 centuries of human experience with conflict, competition, and the eternal challenge of achieving important objectives efficiently despite intelligent opposition.